about this disease, as knowledge is power. So, in the house today, we've got a specialist who's going to be talking to us. My big sister, as I would always look up to her for anything. Our guest is Professor Ifeoma Okoye, Professor of Radiology, College of Medicine, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. She's also a director at the University Center for Clinical Trials, UNNCECT, and co-founder of the African Clinical Trials Consortium. Prof is also a principal investigator on several research papers in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. She is fondly referred to as Pinky Prof in the cancer space in Nigeria and across the world. So don't be looking at her sitting there smiling. And she's the trustee of Project Pink Blue, to list a few of her achievements. Prof, good afternoon. And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hope you are good and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. You're looking really touchy.
Yes, it's my pleasure.
You're looking very touchy. You're enjoying the sunshine and I'm freezing. All right, let's go ahead so that we can get quite a few in. Cervical cancer, it's very interesting. It's a very interesting conversation, and I'd like you to educate us today on what we need to know about it, to be honest with you. So let's start with it. What is cervical cancer, and what is the burden of cervical cancer in Nigeria?
Okay. In Nigeria, you have like 12,000 deaths from cervical cancer. Actually, 12,000 new cases a year, and 8,000 die from cervical cancer yearly. So almost this translates to the fact that almost every hour a woman dies from cervical cancer. It's a good way to put it. However, for many years now, the statistics has remained at 26 women die every day from cervical cancer, 26 women. And that translates to a woman dying almost every hour in Nigeria. So that's the sad statistics especially for a disease entity that is completely preventable if we do the right things.
Okay, so if we are bearing in mind the burden on looking at it from the perspective of the number statistically, what is cervical cancer?
Okay, cervical cancer is like every other cancer. Some changes in the cell, the nature of the cell that enables it to begin to function abnormally. Those crop of cells that have their origins in any particular organ, like in cervical cancer, it is at the neck of the womb. The cervix is the neck of the womb. The womb is the uterus where that harbors the baby for 9 months. But the neck of the womb is this structure that is referred to as the cervix. And as the name indicates, it is actually the neck of the womb. The child has to pass through the uterus, through the effaced cervix. The cervix effaces in order to permit itself to be flush with the uterus, and the baby comes out during birth. So that is the location of the cervix. So any cancer that originates at that point of the neck of the womb of the uterus is referred to as cervical cancer. So like any other cancer, is just a malfunction of cells that have become autonomous, not behaving or obeying any rules of serving their function and dying and being removed for new cells to regenerate. No, cancer cells will continue to multiply.
Okay, so Prof, based on what you are explaining to us about the cervix and the importance of, or at least giving us clarity of where the location of this cancer is in the body, could you briefly explain to us or tell us the symptoms of cervical cancer? Because if we know what it is, what the symptoms are, we have a better chance of going forward and getting assessed.
In terms of symptoms, I would always like to start for cancer. I would always like to start with emphasizing that we don't like to have patients come when they have symptoms. We like people to come before they have symptoms so that we screen them and find it early when it can be managed and when the the mortality and morbidity that accrues from the disease will be at its most minimum. Now, but if you do have symptoms, the symptoms will go like this, from early symptoms to late symptoms. The early one will be where you are having some kind of discharge. You're having some kind of discharge, and that discharge may not be a bloody discharge, just discharge. And that will be because there is an infection, the HPV infection, which is resulting in some more effluent flow of the normal fluid that comes from your vagina. A lot of women know that, they tend to, and sometimes post your period, 3, 4, 5 days after your period, you still tend to have to wear something to ensure you're not flowing too much. So if you have a continuous discharge from your vagina, it's something that you need to go and have a look at and have somebody look inside through your vagina to look at the cervix and see the state of the cervix. Is it undergoing some erosions, some changes? Some people refer to it as dysplasia. And what kind of dysplasia is it? They can take some cells through pap smear, or they can do visual inspection with acetic acid to verify. But if you didn't go and it proceeds into what we call dyspareunia, and that is when you start having pain after intercourse. You start having pain after intercourse. It's called dyspareunia. You should really, any woman that has pain after intercourse should come and present herself to be further investigated. Another thing is, if you've already stopped having your period and suddenly, that is, you've achieved menopause and suddenly you start having your period, then that is something to worry about. That is another symptom that you can have, which is your period, as if your period has restarted, bleeding after menopause. Okay. Then the next one is you actually bleeding, whether you are having your period or not having your period. That's serious. Those are now the late stages. And after a while, you will find that the woman has a distasteful smell that accompanies her. And people are wriggling their noses when you are around because there is some, manner of, like a wound, a festering wound. But because it is inside, you don't know. The only thing is that you're feeling pain, but you are not wanting to come up. Most women don't like to go and reveal that anything is happening in their private anatomy. So you find that a lot of women will come late because they're hiding these symptoms. Yeah. So these are the symptoms that and then of course in the very late stages, you can have some fistulations where you have the cancer has eroded through the vaginal wall, connected to the anus, or it has ascended and the bladder is anterior. So it can also have a vaginal fistula or vesicorectal Yes, vesicorectal fistula. Yeah.
And that's the idea. We're saying to you out there, if you need to have a check, you've got the idea of what the symptoms are. So let's look at, because last thing we're going to focus on is going to be the awareness. What are the things to prevent us before we even get to this point? Is a key conversation for us today. So I'm going to ask you one question, and it goes, how long does it take for a woman to have the treatment plan for cervical cancer following all doing the treatment in the correct program? Does that make sense?
Okay. So what usually determines the length of treatment is how long, what is the stage of this cancer. So if you come at the late stages, of course, it's going to be a lot of complications coming with it, a lot of interventions. But if you come early, especially if you were detected during screening, screening is when you do not have any symptoms, but because you are of the right age, you have made yourself available at the right hospital service or screening center to be screened for early detection. So if you're early detected, then you could have been detected at the stage where it is not cancer yet. That's the pre-malignant. It's not cancer yet. And all that needs to be done is to virtually like ablate those areas of dysplasia, those areas where the HPV, that is the human papillomavirus, has caused changes, either by cryotherapy or by other methods which the gynecologists have an ability to use to clear up those changes. Now, those changes by the human papillomavirus is very interesting to know that you have to have sustained infection with human papillomavirus and untreated for close to 10 to 20 years before you have, the changes that will convert to cancer, to become cervical cancer. Now, when it becomes cervical cancer, you can have what they call micro, the one that you can only detect through looking at the cells on the microscope. So that is the stage where there are still very, very interesting and curative procedures that can be done for that patient in that option. And that patient can achieve, you can achieve cure quite easily. You can achieve cure for such a patient. But then if you come in the post microscopy stage, where you now, just by viewing, you are already seeing all the changes. And those changes, when you take your pap smear, it reveals that definitely this patient has cervical cancer. Then you need to have other options like surgical treatment. You can, other treatments like chemotherapy, using drugs, other treatments like radiotherapy, immunotherapy, and all other types of therapies that are utilized these days. The more high-ending, the higher the cost for such a patient.
Thank you, Prof. Well, that's very detailed. Okay, so at what age should we start doing the cervical cancer screening, and how often?
Okay, for screening, earlier on, there was this idea that it's mostly postmenopausal women that will come up with it. But when, of course, the association with the HPV, the human papillomavirus was seen, and it's now gated into the age of first sexual, activity. So the earlier the sexual activity, the earlier the exposure to the virus. And then, of course, if you now put in like 15 to 20 years, you will almost be arriving, because some studies have shown that it's as early as 9 years. Some have shown it's as early as 14 years, 16 years. So if you add up, you'll be getting yourself into, from after 20, one should, could have cervical cancer, really, because the earlier the sexual exposure. And of course, in some cultures, there are females that, get married earlier. That is early marriages. So in such cultures, like in Nigeria now, breast cancer is supposed to be the #1 female cancer in terms of prevalence. But some authorities will tell you that in the northern region, where early marriages are prevalent, you find that there is a switch of cervical cancer being topping the list for cancers in women. In the entire of the African region, cervical cancer could be said also to top the list, and second being breast cancer. So it just depends on, some of the data that is available, which you can get against what the cultures are doing. So even in Britain, one of the British celebrities, she got her cervical cancer at the age of 24. And at that stage, nobody offers you cervical cancer screening in Britain at that time. It was with her case and the advocacy she led after her diagnosis that led to their reducing the age to 25. So from the age of 20 now, especially in the African setting with early marriages, one will say that it will be best for us to start screening from the age of 20. And you can do the kinds of screening you can do is either visual inspection with acetic acid, which is more affordable and more accessible and more available. The reason being that you do not need to have a pathologist's intervention in the process of completing the cycle of the screening. Whereas if you do the one that is called papanicular smear, the pap smear, PAPS, most people call it, the pap smear, you will need to have a pathologist that will, that will interpret the outcome of the specimen that you have obtained. So for the other one, which is visual inspection with acetic acid or visual inspection with leukocytine, you make the diagnosis right there that there are changes. You're not making a diagnosis that there is cervical cancer. That is only a pathological diagnosis. So you're making a diagnosis that there are changes that are, attributable to the human papillomavirus, and you can treat at the same time. So we call it see and treat. And you can treat with what is called a thermal ablation facility that is called a cryotherapy, and then that is able to put a stop to the progression of the changes that have started. And once you are able to put a stop to the progression of those changes, you can actually stop the process of its progressing to cancer. Now, not all human papillomavirus are oncogenic, have oncogenic ability. That is, that are able to translate data to cancer. There are certain species that will result only in warts. Those are called low risk. But the high risk one are about 14, but out of them 16 and 18, I think 16 and 18 are the most prevalent of the oncogenic type of the virus. And you have a vaccine that you can use to actually prevent the acquisition of the human papilloma virus. So you have a vaccine that will be able to prevent it. And this vaccine is the mainstay gold standard that is being advocated worldwide, which is why the world is moving towards cervical cancer elimination. And the ongoing cervical cancer elimination campaign that started 2 years ago and has been heightened. Interestingly, Nigeria has adopted to put in the human papilloma virus vaccine in the national immunization program. And this is built to start in the third quarter of this year, 2023. And it will be available free to the ages of 9 to 16 years.
Thank you, Prof. You know, you've answered the 4 questions I really had for you all in one. So based on what you're saying now, can I assume, and can we say this is correct, that Nigeria can afford to ensure that children between the age of 9 and 16 years old, with effect from the third quarter of the year, we will be able to start to push for schools and all to encourage their children to go and take this vaccine? Are you saying that that is the status at which we are? Because one of the key things is there's no point us doing this awareness program if we're not monitoring that what is being said is actually happening. So are you saying that
it's good? It's good to publicize it because it will help us to hold the government accountable, won't it? What was said is that in the third quarter of this year, 2023, it will start being rolled out. But it has definitely the policy is in place that it is going to be part of the national immunization program, which is very, very, I think it's applaudable. One of the best news. You know, in India, they are actually producing the vaccine themselves. So this is where we should be heading to, because we have a huge population, and it would be best if we could ourselves get into production of the vaccine.
That's a very good way for us to end this, actually, in my view, because at least you've been able to share the fact that there is hope for all of us. So based on what you're saying to us now is that this cervical cancer is usually caused by this HPV. Now that is the human papilloma virus infection. That's correct, right? And it's a common virus that you get from having unprotected sex. I think we need to let people get clarity of what exactly it is.
No, sorry, can I correct that? Whether you protect sex or you don't protect sex, I'm sorry. Even if you are protecting it with trouser, the human papilloma virus will be transferred once there is sexual contact. So
but that's unprotected sex now, not
it's not unprotected sex means that protected sex means that you're wearing a condom. Yes, even if your condom is a trouser. It does not.
Oh my goodness, we learn every
and of course,
day.
You know, there's the oropharyngeal, and then unfortunately also in people with HIV, you have a more florid infection, and their immunity, of course, is down. So anything that can bring down your immunity, people with chronic diseases or on any form of immunotherapy that need immunotherapy or something, like people with transplants, post-transplant patients, once your immunity is down, you'll have more propensity to have the HPV. But that doesn't mean that an able-bodied person will not have it.
All right, so a point of correction to the viewers and to all of us that have had this myth, because now you see I've now learned a new myth. And that's one of the reasons I love this program, because I get all these consultants and all these doctors and all these specialists to come and tell us the myths from the facts. So thank you for that. You've clarified a new myth for us. But you will agree with us that there are no symptoms until the cancer starts to spread. So you don't really get symptoms except your normal discharge and And you can have it and not even realize that you have cervical cancer because you just have only discharge, right?
And you may not have any discharge.
Aha, you
And
see,
yet
another
there are
myth that is being
things going.
clarified.
Yes, because if you ask people, okay, if you have discharge, come. No, don't have anything. Just by the virtue of your age,
Just
go
come.
and get a check.
Thank you very
So
much.
when you do a check, you're more likely to find it at the stage where there are just minor changes that
Your
can
body.
be taken care of right there in that one single visit that you have made.
Fantastic.
And
Thank you, Prof.
yes,
It is very important to note that cervical cancer, we have to get the doctors to do the work. So let us not just assume that we can just decide that we are the doctors on the job, because we're not the doctors on the job. We need to go and get the help. And lastly, I want to point out that, as they've said, and we need to clap for ourselves and clap for Nigeria, and the fact that they signed it in, that we will at least have access to the vaccine up until the age of 16 from 9-year-olds, starting third quarter of this year.
the vaccine is affordable.
Okay,
So
but how
please,
much is it then?
okay, I think now for 2 doses should be around maybe 50,000. And this is the one effort.
Nobody can do it for you. If you can afford it, make sure you go and get your tests. Go and do your checks regularly. Go and
Yes.
if you have children, get them to do it. And please understand, I have had my own children and they've all done it, and they are all totally vaccinated to the last. I want to say to Prof and to the viewers, thank you all for joining us, especially on this conversation of cervical cancer. We appreciate the management of Plus TV Africa for sponsoring this awareness program. And to all our followers, we want to say thank you for sharing the cancer awareness episodes, clips, facts, and support us. Thank you all, because together we fight, together we win. Follow us on our social media pages at Common Cancer Foundation. .org. You can find us there. Share, subscribe, and click on the notification buttons. You will always find us Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn, everything, we're there. Just try and ask the questions. Don't sit down and pretend you don't know. Thank you all for joining us today. It's been very nice chatting with you. And above all, thank you, Professor Ifoma, for actually being with us. You really did a good job with us. Thank you, and have a lovely week. God bless you all.
this loving that Bookie has given.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shimori joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shimori is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shimori Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing as
a
lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes,
now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. Yes. You're a lecturer. Yes. In today's PR practice,
yes,
a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We're not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. You know, I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. Okay. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass.
For the cat?
For the cat.
Wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
Until we started having some level of freedom. And then we're going out there to see the other side of life. And our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried to?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy.
And 114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, mothers would not have a say. She would just keep, So, and what happened, I slept off. He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door. And I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating then?
Yes, I knocked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover clothes before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into a nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too, using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew that was what he knew best, as
yes.
how to train a child.
A child.
Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I have become. Sure. Even those tough situations that I found myself, I look back and say, if not for my father, I wouldn't be able to weather this storm.
Yeah.
Because he toughened me. There's no, even when we're growing, we're trying to be rascals. You know,
no, don't say we're trying. We just admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So,
but
and then I faced, once I look back, I mean, what challenge could be?
Could there be?
You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those.
The experience.
Yeah, those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from 1 or 2. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that. Yeah. So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes shirts. And I was busy studying music. Yes. And it would be, you know, those days parents would serve siesta and all of that. Exactly. Those things we don't know what it is these days.
This day
so it would be serving the siesta in the room, and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I'll find myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me. Yeah. And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation.
Appreciation, yes.
I think so. I just chose that, okay, fine. My children too, they don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice?
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No,
they don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No, but of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax. And my daughter with a violin.
I see, you know.
So at some point, I was not pushing. You know, they were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it. Yeah. He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. You know, for
that time will come.
So I don't. My daughter reads all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. You know, and they all play the guitar too.
Oh, good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember. That was a day my first son when he was in UI. He was a pianist with a youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash, and
Squash, which is also
which
picked
I
up
also,
from you.
of
We'll come
course.
to squash later.
yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash, and he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash, and this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, "Oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt." And then this person now said, "What is it that you don't know?"
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
He's a
up
true
to,
Badejo.
It's up to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So, and all I wanted to do
Yes.
is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You know, you hinted at the future,
Yes.
and that brings to mind something that you started doing,
Yes.
and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now
Yes.
with what happened when we were growing up,
Yes.
right? And we'll take a break very soon to talk about, and then come back to talk about what led you to the good old days,
Yeah.
why the concept, what are the challenges related to it, and what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Shemori Badejo. We were talking about what led you to that decision
Yeah.
to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and relate it to today, like
Yes.
teaching history to the younger generation.
Yes. Actually, let me first say that it was also another passion.
Okay.
And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, when we did our NYC, our allowance was 200 naira per month, and he said it's not possible. He said it can never be possible. That because he was wondering how we were surviving. So I realized that they lack sense of history. Nobody was actually telling them anything, and they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew. They all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to? Our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive. They tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. Yes. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now in this age of Google,
Yes.
in this age of Google, they are now, once they listen to something, they will want to go and Google
cross-check.
and cross-check.
Yes.
I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4.
Yes.
I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with information that I even never knew. It was now telling me about how Babangida, Dimka, and one of them were great friends. Mamman Vatsa, yes. how they were great friends, how it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. You know, he was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode.
Yes.
Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history.
Yes.
And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check. Someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you know, you have not paid my school fees and I don't want to be, you know, receiving canes every morning. Right. And the dad said, no, I'm going to follow you. He got to the school, he went to the principal's office, he said, well, I have come to take this guy's portion of cane this morning. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, you know. So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues. And we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about, it's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time, we've had over 100 guests coming to talk. And I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, you know, I'm always faced with. What is the need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future, there's no future without our past. So we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But, so, you know, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas or they grew up in the Southwest. Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, from who are Ijaws, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta. When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we're actually not marketing it. We're not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country, they are more interested in this than others. It's an eye-opener for us, because once I invite you once, twice, thrice, I stop. disturbing you, because it is also conveying another meaning. People now begin to feel, why are you so interested? Why are you this forceful about me coming on the program? Is there anything? Are you looking for political appointment or something? So wrong meanings are being read into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country.
Yes.
And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. Yeah. And I believe that we just need to just continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, we're going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past. They do. Yeah. And shockingly too, I just found out that also, our level of patriotism, some don't even believe in a Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This is Nigeria. There are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different. Yeah. So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay. I wish you the very best as you do that. Thank you. Let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you. Right. Yeah. 114 strokes of the cane. Yes. At the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed. It's written.
So you know that and you were his biological son.
Yes.
These days, people hardly mete out corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. Because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little bits in spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes. Not to talk of 140.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something. Yeah. In parenting, no matter what you read in books, and there are quite a lot of books out there, you find that there is a core necessity of ingenuity on your part as to how to engage.
Yeah.
Growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me. You would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for.
Yeah.
and nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way, I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. You know? So vice versa.
Yes.
You know, so I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes,
We
certainly.
are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
You know, we need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some to me, some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it? You know, at times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand.
Yes,
Some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying
They're
it.
enjoying it now.
They're enjoying
it's
it.
the rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that?
Yeah.
He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah,
So let us, it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand,
Well, yes,
but we just dance to
yes,
the rhythm,
yes,
so nobody can accuse us of anything. So,
Yes.
so
which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm
Yes.
seeing some of the stuff you
Yes.
do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's some music that was frowned on years back that now, that form is the accepted form now.
Yeah. Let me just summarize it. Say it is a struggle for membership that is driving a lot of innovations
Okay.
in the church settings. Like you rightly said, you know, some years, some sects don't even consider music. Some did chants.
Yes.
But you now find out that even in Orthodox churches,
Yes.
we are moving away from these hymns that are so rich. I call them ministrations in songs.
Yes.
Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them, and then you begin to see that it's even more
It's
spiritually
robust.
filling. It's robust when you read than when you sing them. But you see, with the age and time, we now find that our children, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get, people,
Membership.
members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of this audience. So once they chose to do that, our children now begin to feel that that's a comfort zone. So they now move. Now you now find Orthodox churches fighting back to say, okay, if that is the reason why you are going there, let me
too
also
will do
let
it.
me also do the same thing. Then you now find the Protestants also saying, okay, don't worry, enough of losing our members. We
we're
too.
bringing
will
them.
go." So you now find out that at the end of the day, everybody is trying to retain their membership. Everybody is trying to see how they can get their congregations back. So, and that is the reason why you have a lot of, but some of us still believe, while we try to understand, we still believe that we should not lose sight of those richness in those hymnals. So that's why occasionally we find ourselves doing that just to take us back. It is all about good old days too. It's all about
The good
taking
old
us
days
back
of music
of
in the
music,
church.
hymns, and all of that.
All right, so we'll take another break now. And when we come back, we'll continue our discussion with you, our conversation with you. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Shemore Badejo is my guest. Now, Shemo, as we call it.
Yeah, I find that more convenient and comfortable.
So,
Even the gate man in my office calls me Shemo.
Shemo, yes.
So that's good.
Now, in your practice of communication, what have you found missing in our national life that could be easily incorporated at little or no cost?
Well, let me say, we have not documented our achievements so far as a nation, even as a company. I feel that the simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. It's the simplest definition of public relations. And it cuts across, even as a nation.
Yeah.
Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. You know, talking about, this country is finished.
Yeah.
This is that.
That's scary.
It's scary. And how do you, and then you still want that company, and you are still hoping that it will be better when you are demarketing it. And then how do you want outsiders to see? It's not, a lot of things happen in the US that we don't get to know.
Never.
We don't get to know. But here, we are the first to condemn our system, condemn our country. There is this quote that says, "For all forms of government, let fools contend. Whatever that is best administered is best." We have our own situation of doing things. I remember I was a technical writer to Nigeria's Vision 2020. And I wept when I realized the enormity of the richness, that is deposited in us as a nation. My submission then was that America is not God's own country, Nigeria is. Because we are endowed. Let's leave oil. In fact, oil should be like 3% of our natural resources. Go to Ondo State there. We have the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world. That are untapped or that are illegally being mined, being taken away. Go to Elisha. That's why the radio station there is Gold FM.
Yeah.
Elisha has the third largest deposit of gold in the world.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yes. And then we have some Lebanese feeding fat illegally on those things there and giving villagers peanuts and all of that. Go to Shaki. You have iron. Before you dig 6 feet into the ground, you get iron. And a lot of it. Go to Osogbo, where we used to have Oluwa glass. All the raw materials, what you need to do that is just drive towards Osogbo from
Is that
Osogbo.
Oluwa glass?
Glass.
Is that in Osogbo or in Okitipupa also?
No, it's in Osogbo.
Really?
Yes. If you drive towards Ikpetu to Osogbo, you will find that the soil that you even see are shining. These mineral resources are there in abundance. A lot of it. You want to go to the north? There are so many things that we have overlooked. We are all pursuing crude oil and all
Or that
of
we don't
That's-
understand.
Or we chose to because we feel that crude oil is giving us easy money, free money, good money, fast money. And we are not looking at those areas. To me, as a nation, we must continue to push our good side, our potentials, so that the whole world can see that it's not hopeless.
Yeah,
Our
but-
nation,
See, that's something that we need to play into our communication arts.
yes.
And I'm referring now to our movies, our plays.
Oh, yes.
They don't portray so much or anything of positivity.
Yes, it is sad. There are so many ways we can communicate our essence as a nation. Even in the movies, to me, I tell my son who read that, I said, Nigeria is still a virgin when it comes to telling our story. We have not said enough. I mean, what we do is even unreal. When we now, even if you look at the movie today, you see accident scenes, you will laugh.
Yeah.
You know, so we are jokers when it comes to even the way we present our story. So there's a lot of vacuum in that area. It is not even the way we tell our commercial story.
Yes.
Even when we do adverts, at times they don't portray reality.
Yes.
So in all spheres of communication, we should continue to strive to want to portray reality. We want to be able to have in mind that, look, this is a Nigerian product. How do we, I saw an advert. I went to South Africa, Cape Town, there's a bank, and I saw that advert, black women, they were, filing out from a bush path. Some of them were carrying bananas, yam, and there was this white man in their midst carrying portfolio and with suit and tie. And the only copy that you had on that commercial, we understand the African market. That shows that, look, we are coming to do business with these people and we understand them. We know the way they are. But what do we get here? We are always trying to want to be like them over there. Why can't they come and be like us and see that value that we are presenting? So we have a lot to do in communication, in orientation, in mobilization, in sensitization. We have a lot to do. And it's so vast. It's unending. As long as we continue to, our TV stations, our radio stations, what are we doing? Those days, there are a lot of commercial messages, social messages.
Social messages.
How many of that do we have today? Agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́ o.
Agbada
rèé odò dá lóhùn àmúròde. Kẹ̀kẹ́ rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúràjò. Ṣùgbọ́n agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́. How many of such are we having? Even on television. Even how are we helping our nation? Fake drugs and all of that. There are social messages on that. But how much of that? We have allowed commercial considerations to take over our role as a moral guardian to the people. I want to see a situation where we begin to have such, and then it will help to develop our psyche as a nation. And then people will now I want it to go viral. Things like that, social messages, let it go viral, let people know about the value. BCOS, when they started, there was one man said, good name is better than gold and silver. And he was singing it in that area, English.
Even OGBC used to do stuff like that.
Yes, something like that. So how many of that are we doing these days? And if we can still recall all these things, that means it had some influence on us.
Sure. There was even some that were done by late icon Ray Mike Wachuku. You understand me? That were played on RN2, and you identified with them. Your highway is not a racetrack.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter how tempting, never speed. Remember those you left at home are waiting to welcome you safely back home. we wish you a safe journey.
How many of that?
That was engagement.
How many of that do we have these
Yeah.
days? How many? And then all we want is viewership, 1 million.
Yeah, but you could also think, could it be that at those points in time, those stations were government owned?
Oh yes. Even now,
Yeah.
and now,
Yes.
we must not. That is why I said everything is on commercial,
Yeah.
value now. But at least we are agents of change.
Yeah.
The media is supposed to generally, whether it's privately owned or we are agent of change. And then even if they take it as a CSR, a corporate social responsibility,
Yeah.
and devote some time, to those. So it's not
That's
all
very
about
true.
money. It's all about impact in the society.
But
too.
which is why we are running the
Yes,
good old days.
I know, and
Yes,
that's
it.
why
It's
I
just CSR
appreciate.
that, okay,
Yes.
because our audience is a young audience, so we
Yes.
want to say, okay, there was a time that this was like that.
Yes.
Talking about a time when something was like that, I recall that Elisha means a lot to you,
Oh yes.
right? And
I was born
you
and
were
I
born
grew up there.
in Elisha, and then there's Ijebubo,
Ijebu,
which is
yes,
your
yes,
a
hometown.
hometown. So if you were to take your children to the hometown, where would you take them?
Of course, Ijebubo, because that's my town.
No Elisha.
No, Elisha, they heard about Elisha, but you see, there's they will still tell me stories in Elisha that you are not one of us.
Oh, then actually they do that everywhere.
So there's no place like home. No matter how long you stay in
stay
the
there,
place, the
yeah.
people will still tell you that, look, you better go and find your father's house, and all of that. So and my parents, after retirement,
And they went back
home.
home.
So
That's good.
so
That's good.
so that's the
You see, I asked that question because we have a problem with this issue of you belong here, you don't belong there.
yes.
Where you find yourself living for a particular number of years, say anything beyond 10 years, you pay tax there and all that, should be home to you.
Oh yes. Oh,
But
yes.
politically, sometimes it's difficult to engage.
It is. It is, particularly in Nigeria.
Yes.
Particularly in Nigeria, when you aspire to, that is when people will remind you of your roots.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you have spent the better part of your life in a particular. But when you aspire for a leadership position, and then people will tell you,
He's not one of us.
You don't. He's not one of us. You don't.
But
you
you've
don't
been,
belong here.
how do we get out of that bind?
Well, like I said, it's also a mindset thing. It's a leadership. It's a leadership thing. If our leaders can actually say, look, enough of this. We are also going to use. We are going to. Whatever we're doing here is based on merit. It is not about where you come from. It's if you are the one that can deliver, so let it happen. Until our leaders begin to take decisions based on merit and not from where you come from. We can't on our own do that since
do
we
that,
don't
we
have a
couldn't.
choice.
We couldn't.
So it is a collective resolve from the leadership to say, look, I'm going to allow the best to have a say in this matter. Once it's like that, then we'll continue to thrive.
So in conclusion, let me ask you a question that takes you back to your relationship with your dad,
Okay.
right? And what you took away from him. I recall the story of when he was ill and all that.
Yeah.
You had to go there.
Yes.
You played
Yes.
some hymns to him. He raised his hands in recognition of those. And when you played the ones that were sounding hope, he dropped his hand.
Yes.
And when you played the one that was saying, okay,
Okay.
take the name of
Whatever it
Jesus
is
with
with
you,
you,
whatever it is,
whatever
I'm
it
with
is,
you.
just,
And then he will raise his hand.
submission.
That's where you should be going.
Yes.
And then you were called that, come back. You refused to go see him
Yes.
when, that's not the right way. You refused to taint your image of him,
Yes.
right? That I'd rather see him as a victorious person
Yes.
than when he's dead.
I'm
How
not
was
su-
that like you?
I'm
for
not
you?
sure I would have survived seeing him give up the ghost.
Okay.
Because we were so close at later part of his life that I won't be there to see him just take that last breath. I mean, it's going to affect me. So I felt that the best thing I could do for this man It's just allow him to go in peace and retain the picture that I saw while he was alive.
Okay.
And I think it has to do with the emotion,
Yes, I
the
understand.
emotional attachment that I had with him. And when he was taken to the morgue and I got there, I saw him. I actually ran away, but something just
Held you
stopped
back.
me, held me back, and said, "Look, this man died at 88. He had done his bit.
Yes.
One day, someday, your children will bring you to, if not this place,
Yes,
somewhere like this place.
Yes.
So go back and celebrate him, And that was how I was able to get out of
it.
So I just went back and said, "Sir, you have done your bit. We will celebrate you, and we will continue to celebrate you."
So, did you both share the love or preference for particular or similar hymns?
Oh, he was actually my influence in all my choices of hymns. And that's why for 8 years now, we've been running a musical concert,
Okay.
a musical competition in the whole of Ijebu land, all Methodist churches in Ijebu. Every Easter Saturday, we always have a competition amongst all the members of the choir to donate musical instruments in his name.
In his name, okay.
Yes, in my parents' name. My mom too was a singer. In fact, she had her compositions that I also tried to produce, and we do that, give musical instruments, give cash prize and all of that. And we are building a generation of hymn lovers, those who would see hymns as ministration in songs.
Okay.
And then those who are also who want to learn one or two musical instruments, but they can't afford it. So we give them out every year, and then they're happy. And I'm sure that in the nearest future we'll begin to see them as stars in gospel music. We produce a gospel artist a year.
Oh, you do that?
Free of charge.
Oh, okay.
And then we do to the point of launching their albums with musical videos.
Oh.
This is the 3rd year we're going to do that.
We've been doing that.
We've been doing that all free, all pro bono. And we also like to celebrate our icons too.
Yes.
Like Jimmy Sholanke,
Yes.
Uncle Tunjo Yelano, all of them. We want to celebrate some of them. We don't want them to die on song.
On song.
We wish. I recall what we did for Uncle Tunjo Yelano during his 83rd birthday. That song, he never recorded it. It was when the military took over in 1983.
Yes.
Ẹ̀yin ará àdúgbò, eléyìí ò rọgbọ mọ́.
Oh, yes.
And then we did it, sent to him in UK. He wept like a baby.
Oh, wow.
He said he thought Nigerians have forgotten him. And I was happy we were able to do that when he was alive.
Yeah.
We did for Orlando Julius too. He was happy, in his weak moment. We thank God for the life of Uncle Jimmy Sholanke. He's still healthy and and he did also. We did. So I like to celebrate our icons. I just use my God-given resources to do all of this because I believe in the fact that we don't have to. Because how do we want the ones coming up? So if they feel that nobody will reward them for what they are doing, they look for quick money.
Yes.
And drop substance.
And even it's funny that these days the level of musicianship is dropped.
Yes.
You understand me? So there's a lot of sampling and all that.
Yes.
Everybody gets in and then he sings it. Some songs you can't even relate to them.
Yes.
But they say we are old school. So
I had the cause to deliver a lecture in Dubai for corporate players. I won't mention name of artist now so that it's not going to look like I'm promoting an artist.
Sure.
And I addressed the corporate players, and I told them, I said, look, it's good to have a popular artist to drive your crowd, to have 1 million audience who will come and sing what they want to hear. Have you considered just one artist that will sing morals? Even if you just want to infuse him, if you just want to give him 10 minutes to address that audience that you have,
that massive audience,
you might be surprised that maybe 100 people will go home with a message. not the kind of vulgar ones that you want to, because that's how you want to pull your crowd. Fine. But do you think as your own CSR, you get an artist that is going to at least appeal to the consciousness, to the minds of these youths, so that when they get to it, this man is making sense? They said no, that all is about bottom line.
Okay, well, the bottom line for us is that we are out of time now. So let me thank you so much, Shemo, for coming. It's been a lovely session talking to you, and we wish you the very best as you keep trudging the path of the good old days.
Thank you.
And contributing your own quota to our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming. It's been nice.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
My guest today has been Shemore Badejo, PhD, and Knight of Charles Wesley, that's KCW.
Yes.
All right, and he's someone who is a multi-instrumentalist and committed artist and communications practitioner. Thank you so much for coming. Until we bring in another guest, stay tuned and keep with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Yes, it's that time again of true Nigerians, heroes of our time. We have left the city of Lagos. We're somewhere in Abuja. We're going to visit one of our guests today, name withheld. I don't want to let you know his name yet, but we've traveled all the way from Lagos to talk to this man. He's always in the news, always in the news. Controversial. He fights for the youth. He's an activist. I don't know, but I know he's a senator, and he's a very popular senator. Everybody knows this particular senator. He stands for what he believes in, and he fights for what he believes in. Talk is cheap. It's true Nigerians. It's all about Nigeria and Nigerians. If you are ready, we'll go to the house of this senator. My guest today on the program, he has won several awards, both internationally and nationally. And anyway, talk is cheap. His names are, I don't laugh when I pronounce this one, but that's how I know how to pronounce it. I'll find out from him what the meaning of Imolede is. But that's one of his names, Imolede. And then he's also called the political machine. He's also called Dino Marwa. I really don't understand. Well, we'll get to find out why. Maybe he started from Keke Marwa, or we'll get to find out why he's called Dino Marwa, and we get to find out why he's called all those various things. But there's also Mr. Fix-It. He fixes everything unfixable. And these are not names that was given to him by him, but names that were given to him by people for how he has been able to fix things in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Dino Melaye. My pleasure.
It's my pleasure.
At last.
Good day, viewers.
We caught the big fish.
No, this is a very small fish. A very small one.
We caught the big fish. What is Imolede?
Imolede. And advise that you better go and learn how to speak Yoruba, because that is what will be spoken in heaven. So that you don't begin to use sign language in heaven. Better catch up with Yoruba. Imolede means light has come.
Torchlight.
So Imolede means light has come.
Okay.
And when you say Imolede, I respond by saying Okukubarada, darkness disappears.
Wow.
So Imolede means light has come. So it's my political acronym.
Wow. This is personal, but I like you more now that you, because I'm of Torchlight, and I've always told people in the music, when they ask me, okay,
but Torchlight they use battery. My own Imolede is from heaven.
The Yorubas actually call me Omo Tono one.
Okay.
You understand? So that's of Nigeria.
Obugo.
Okay, but how did you get the Marwa?
Yeah, I'm very close to General Buba Marwa. And not only that, I started eroding his political intentions when he wanted to run for the presidency of this country. So I went every nook and cranny of this country to project his person. And somehow people just started calling me Dino Marwa. Maybe just for people to say, okay, which Dino is that? Dino Marwa. That was how the name Dino Marwa came.
In a way, I think you also have a way of choosing the right people, because I also personally think that a man like Buba Marwa, considering those of us who live in Lagos.
If he was given the opportunity, Nigeria would not be where it is right now, because he's a man of style, he's a man of service, sincerity of purpose, heart and commitment, focused, intellectually mobile. He's got all.
But you're still committed to
his ideals. He's, some of us are carrying on his ideals, and I want to believe even in this country his day will come.
Amen. I say amen to that. He's a good friend as well.
Very well.
Okay, sir, what would be your own definition of a true Nigerian?
A true Nigerian is one who believes in the unity, the prosperity, and togetherness of this country. A true Nigerian is that Nigerian who will not be judged by where he comes from, the language he speaks, his sex, his tribe, but will judge people by merit. That's who a true Nigerian is. A true Nigerian is that man who will be a good ambassador of this country, in and outside this country, by making sure that it propels the ideals of nationalism, patriotism, and civic education. That is who a true Nigerian is. A true Nigerian will defend the unity of this country. A true Nigerian will defend the integrity of Nigeria by making sure that he gets himself indoctrinated and imbibed with positive rudiments that will only promote our togetherness. That's who, to me, a true Nigerian is.
Wow. This is one of the best definitions of a true Nigerian I've had. Especially the part you mentioned, merit. I think it's one place where we have gotten a lot of things wrong as a country. Very well so, yeah. You know, people, like we've often said in this program, you know, some people are not qualified to be in a position because your brother is, and then, you know.
Nigeria should be a meritorious society.
Yes, I totally agree. Okay, sir. I have so many questions, but I know that this program cannot take all. But I will just, you know, you have been a leader. It's like you are a leader from when you were born. In secondary school, you were in primary school. You were head boy. That's leadership. In the secondary, head boy, leadership.
I was also a president of the student
the student union, and then NANS, president of
even West African Student Union. Right?
You see, so it's even more than what I know. And you went ahead to be a member, House of Assembly.
House of Reps.
House of Reps, and then, and you know, the position of a senator. It's like you are the peak.
You are a servant.
How, growing up as a child, how did you? What did you do differently? Why are you so special? What makes you?
Anyway, if I understand your question, I won't consider myself special, but I will say I carry a special grace of God. It's not by power, it's not by might, it's by the grace of God. I'm not unique, I'm not the best, I'm not from one of these names with snapback number, I'm not from one of the elegant, no, I was not even born with a spoon at all, not to talk of maybe it's aluminium spoon or silver spoon. But I carry a special unction, I carry the special grace of God. I was in a school where you have the sons and daughters of bourgeois. But somehow I still find out I was able to become the head boy of my primary school. And the same thing happened in my secondary school. I became a president of even my department. And that's in Ahmadu Bello University. And even when I went to Harvard, we were 57 students in the class. And I was the only black. But somehow I was the class representative. So I'll just say that it's a special grace from the Almighty God, and I don't abuse it at all. And if you know me, you know I have a very humble background. My parents are very hardworking people, but they couldn't pay my school fees beyond my Form 3. Not because they are not willing to, but they could not. So I had to do menial jobs to get myself out of secondary school.
What kind of menial jobs?
I have done so many. I've sold kunu before, I've sold bread, I've done conductor, I've worked in a block factory.
Wow.
Even when I was in Ahmadu Bello University, I spent two weeks off campus to do some menial jobs to raise money and get back to the campus to spend 3 weeks. You know, so I trained myself through school. And through the grace of God also trained my younger ones, you know. And by the grace of God, every one of them today is a graduate. And settled. So it's a very, very humble background, and I'm very proud of it. Today, one can compete even with sons and daughters of bourgeois. So for me, all glory, all honor goes to the Almighty God. Nothing special about me, nothing unique about me, apart from the grace that I carry.
I agree with you. Would you say you are satisfied with what you have done so far as a senator?
Now, to start with, I cannot be satisfied with what I have done given the available opportunities and resources. I would definitely love to do more. So I cannot be satisfied with what I have done. But every legislator has got three primary objectives and responsibilities. One is the act of representation, representing your people in the parliament, making sure that your people get their fair share of the national cake. So that representation is one of the three cardinal objectives and fundamentals of every legislator. The second is lawmaking, through motions and bills. So that is the second responsibility of every legislator. So I'm going to be judging my participation and performance on these cardinal fundamentals. The third is oversight function over the MDAs, ministry, departments, and agencies of government through committee assignments and responsibilities.
There's been a lot of fight about code of conduct.
Democracy will continue to be government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Never would it be greediocracy, government of the greedy, by the greedy, and for the greedy. That you go into a contest and you want to be punished for being ambitious cannot help us as a nation and as a people. Because I mean well for this country, and those who mean well for this country should be encouraged and not persecuted.
You speak with a lot of passion for especially the youths, and you are people oriented.
Yeah.
You are more concerned about people, which is exactly how leadership should be. Was there a motivation, or was there a story behind?
Yeah, as a growing up child, I read books. I read liberational books on liberation. I read books on freedom. I've read so many books. So many revolutionary books that have informed my mind, and I've come to know that oppression against the poor is the beginning of disaster for any nation, people, or community. No Nigerian is distinguished. No Nigerian is honorable. No Nigerian is important until all Nigerians are distinguished, honorable, and important. So knowing that, I know that in an unjust society, silence is a crime. So I've grown to know that everything you do is about the people. Whatever you do should be about the people. Unfortunately, we do not need more politicians in leadership. What we need is more leadership in politicians. And what is leadership? Leadership is ability to manage followership. And if you want to manage followership, you must build followership. You must encourage followership. And followership is about the people. So the Nigerian leadership, Nigerian people must realize that for you to be a successful leader, you must indoctrinate and imbibe in yourself the rudiments of the people. I live the life for the people. I will speak for the people who cannot speak for themselves. I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. I will lead them even to agitate against maladministration and ineptitude in governance. So this encouragement as a democratic evangelist is the gospel we take everywhere to educate Nigerians to come out of their cocoon.
I know for a long time Nigerians have not been concerned about.
Yeah, this I don't care attitude. But it's a major problem, because if you think you have so much money and you are insured from poverty, a time will come when the poor will have nothing to eat but the rich.
Wow.
A time will come when it will not be safe to drive your big jeeps on the road. It's already happening. There was no kidnapping before. But the situation deteriorated. And I call kidnapping reappropriation of ill-gotten wealth. The people now feel that those who have acquired money through illegal means, the only way to get it out of them is to kidnap them and then redistribute their wealth illegally. The rich becomes the target. Whether you got your money legitimately or illegitimately, you become the target of the poor. And we're getting there. When I was growing up as a child, houses had no fences. Even in the GRAs.
That's true.
When I was growing up as a child, houses had no fences. Suddenly, people started building houses because of the decay in morals, because decay in value system. After some time, value got more deteriorated. Now houses were not just having fences, they started using broken bottles of mineral, Coca-Cola and all that as barriers on fences. It got worsened, we started using barbed wire. Now it's electric fence. We have grown from beware of dogs to beware of snakes, beware of crocodiles, beware of lions. So it's as a result of the decay in the society. When I was growing up as a child, there's no difference between Aminu, Chukudi, or Bankole. We saw ourselves as brothers. But today there's decay in value system. Our unity schools are gone. Our educational curriculum completely depleted. Nobody teaches you about Nigeria. The social elementary disposition, which is social studies, that is supposed to teach you social rudimentary dispositions, today only teaches you about Jaja of Okpobo, Awolowo of Western Nigeria, Azikiwe of Eastern Nigeria, Sadona of Northern Nigeria. Even as a child, you're already indoctrinated with this ethnic consciousness of you are from the north or you are from the south. We need to review our educational curriculum even from the elementary stage, because the Holy Book says bring up a child in the right way, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. So we need to start teaching nationalism. We need to start teaching patriotism. We need to start teaching civic education. We are too ethnic conscious as a people. We must do away with state of origin, and instead of state of origin, we should start having state of residence. Wherever you reside becomes your state. This we must do if we are to move forward as a people. As I speak to you, you go to the hospital, a general hospital, the hospital card you are going to get, you are filling it, there's a column for religion, there's a column for local government, there's a column for tribe. How does this facilitate your recovery? It's just because you have become so ethnic conscious. In everything we do, we exhibit these differences. And what unites us are more than what should separate us. So my clarion call is that as a people, we must carry out a national reorientation and see ourselves as brothers and do away with quota system and state of origin. We should be a people united by a common purpose and goal.
Quota system is one thing we've constantly been campaigning against in this program.
Okay.
You know, it should not be about where you come from. But,
No.
I mean, who is qualified to do the job?
I mean, Nigeria should be a meritorious society. It should be stop giving capital jobs to a tailor. It will never perform. Nepotism should be thrown away. And what's nepotism? Giving the right thing to the wrong person, doing the wrong thing the wrong way, using the wrong principle. If you make an engineer a minister of health, his performance will be a beautiful nonsense. Because square pegs cannot go into square holes, round holes. So we must get to a stage in this country where merit becomes the order of the day. It's not who you know. The Nigeria of my dream is that country where my grandchildren that I may never know will have a life that is structured for them. The Nigeria of my dream is a country where I do not need a note of a senator to get a job anywhere in this country. My competence, my results, my know-how should be the only instrument for acquisition of service. Buy groundnuts! Better groundnut day here.
I want buy groundnut.
You want buy?
Yes.
So yeah.
How much for cup?
Now 15 naira.
Give me.
Okay.
2 cups.
Okay.
No, full. Ah! You know, say now na change we do, change period. Change period, I know they full again, no.
Kujara.
Okay, Jara.
It's too small, sir.
Okay.
Change you there, give me what you go for me.
Yeah, take. Okay.
Give me change.
Hey, I never sell market. Oh, who get change? Huh?
Ask your colleagues.
They make I ask. So. Ufama, you get change? Eh? Okay. Abika, you get change? 500. Okay. Madam, you go agree if I come and make I give you?
No, I won't come out.
You don't trust me?
No. Because you know that one I give again.
Okay. Okay, make I change.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Good day, all. My good old days story, here you have it. I am Debo Adefison. My father, a royal prince of Otutu Royal Compound, Ile-Ife, and my mom, the granddaughter of the Osibale of Modeke. While my parents named me Festus after Chief Festus Okotiebo, the then Federal Commissioner of Finance of Nigeria, my grandfather's uncle named me Adebowale after his late mother. Debo, the short form of Adebowale, glued on me like tick on cattle since 1981, when the quest for true Africanism led me to drop Festus as fit for my certificates only. My hands were long enough to touch the pinna of my hair at 6 years old, and I was admitted to Seventh-day Adventist Primary School, Ile-Ife. Those days were full of adventures. I remember I once scored 0 out of 3 in a difficult simple proportion test in Primary 4. I tore both sides of the exercise book thinking my failure will not be noticed. My mother counted the 20 leaves, and 2 were missing on both halves. I did the smoking monkey, cigar bo, for 2 hours without rescue. She imprinted it on my consciousness that lying leads to higher crimes, which will prevent me from being the Minister of Agriculture as I then desired. At St. John Grammar School, Ile-Ife, I had access to sporting facilities and a very big library containing so many novels. Enid Blyton's Adventure of the Famous 5 series, Tintin, Kokuba Boni, Nikata series, James Ali Chase series, Sidney Sheldon, and Robert Ludlum novels. I filled the gap with Elizabeth Bradford Taylor, Dennis Robbins, and Ms. and Boone series. In all, I was able to combine effortless. Club took me to several institutions in Nigeria where I developed cherished bonds of friendship, which I enjoyed till today. We traversed Nigeria without fear of banditry or abduction. We created Iliad Orima at the University of Sokoto without the threat of religious fanaticism. We didn't have to fear cultists at Epoma, while Iliad Pota Pota was an irrevocable convolution of gyration. The Mother's Shrine at Poly Ibadan was a home to all. Oh, how I love the songs and the sonorous compositions. The African percussions, the shrine and its uppermost, the ensemble of voices, the staccato of guttural exclamations, the exaggerated dance steps, the palm wine, and the serenity of processions at the beginning of all gyrations fused the youth of Nigeria together. There was no race, religion, or ethnicity as we saw and embraced ourselves as members of one family. The Kegai Club experience proved to me that Nigeria could still be devoid of disunity. Since graduation from school in 1986, I had worked in all states of Nigeria and the FCT, where I did my mandatory National Youth Service Corps. I'm shell-shocked to see the vision of a great nation as envisaged by our founding father is lost. I cannot go back to Muna in Borno State, where I once bought brown beans and sold monosodium glutamate. I have no courage left in me to cross over to Chad Republic to buy groundnut cake and bone meal. My family wouldn't allow me to go to Saminaka to buy split dry ginger for my commodity merchants. I watched price of maize and soya go ceiling high, such that my colleagues in poultry farming are getting out of business because farmers in Kano can no longer attend to the soil. The Adejia Jamare River Basin is becoming idle. I cannot travel from Padongari to Sokoto at 1:30 a.m. as we used to do in 1985, when we will leave Mokwa at 12:45 a.m. to continue our journey. When will it be safe in Nigeria to go to Ilela or Maradi borders again? We rocked Mina to Zuba in 1986 at odd hours of the day. Olu is now occupied by non-aligned forces. Ondo forests are becoming the death knell of the southwest. Ritualists and blood-sucking demons have taken over the land, who stole our peace. The virtues of yesterday are buried in the cesspit of avarice, greed, and irascible decadence. We in our fast-aging generation can claim we had virtues and great discipline. In this, there are nuggets of hope which our children can build for a rebirth of the nation. We can collectively resolve to make the difference and take steps towards changing the narrative. Our children certainly deserve a better and brighter future, not memories of the good old days. As an ardent believer in this drive, I therefore join my good friend, Sir Shemore Badejo, in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
and on Plus TV News Now tonight. Senate passes 54.99 trillion naira 2025 budget. Nigeria. European leaders seek seat in Ukraine peace talks after Trump calls Putin. Hello and welcome. I am Emmanuel Ulubobuko and this is News Now. The Nigerian senators approved the federal government's aggregate expenditure for the 2025 fiscal year, amounting to the sum of 54.990 trillion naira. The budget includes significant allocations for recurrent spending, capital projects, and debt servicing, as well as our projected fiscal deficit. Key budget allocations include total expenditure of 54.99 trillion naira, statutory transfers of 3.65 trillion naira, recurrent expenditure of 13.64 trillion naira, capital expenditure of 23.96 trillion naira, debt servicing of 14.32 trillion naira, and a deficit to GDP ratio of 1.52%.
An act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation, the total sum of 54 trillion 990 billion 165 million 355,366 naira only, of which 3 trillion 645 billion 761 million 358,925 naira only is for statutory transfers. The sum of 23 trillion 963 billion 251 million 624,250 naira only is for contribution to Development Fund for capital expenditure for a year ending on the 31st day of December. This bill is read a third time and passed. And I hope that this appropriation bill will contribute to moving Nigeria forward and will assist Mr. President in his renewed hope agenda to renew the hope of Nigerians in all facets of life, from infrastructure to security and to provision of even respect for this country from the international community, most especially to leave a better nation for the future generations of this country.
President Bola Tinubu revised his budget from the sum of 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion in February 2025, citing additional revenue for key government agencies and in the previous budget presentation.
Consider the report of the Committee on Appropriations on a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 54 trillion 990 billion 160 billion 355,396 naira only, of which 3 trillion 645 billion 761 million 358,925 naira only is for statutory transfers, while 14 trillion 689,548 naira only is for debt service. the sum of 13,664,9,682,673 naira only is for recurrent non-debt expenditure, while the sum of 23,963,251,624,250 naira only is for contribution to the Development Fund for the capital expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2025. And in so doing, approved clauses 1 to 13, the schedules as amended, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Motion should say aye.
The 2025 appropriation bill was presented late, comparison with the 2024 appropriation bill. It was observed that there was an upward review of the budget from 49.7 trillion to 54.9 trillion to cater for the difference between the details of the bill, the procurement of vaccines, and additional funding in some of agencies of government. Recommendations. The committee hereby recommends that the executive presents the budget to the National Assembly not later than 3 months before the next financial year. This will help return the country to the January to December budget cycle. Having worked the harmony with the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriation, to the Senate Committee on Appropriation, and subcommittees of the two chambers, the House do consider and approve a bill of an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 54,990,165,355,396 naira only.
Moving on, the Senate has called for the inclusion of the Northeast in Nigeria's Super Highway project, following a motion by Senator Mohammed Danjuma Goje. Goje criticized the federal government's approval of 4.2 trillion naira for Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road and other road projects nationwide, as only allocating 19 billion naira for rehabilitation.
Of course, that at the Federal Executive Council meeting of Monday, 3rd February 2025, the federal government approved the sum of 4.2 trillion naira for the construction of Lagos-Calabar Road and other major highways and bridges across the country. It is imperative to note that in this laudable project, the Northeast has only two road projects, that is Yola-Fufore-Gori Road in Adamawa State, 11 billion, and Karolamida Road in Taraba State, 7 billion, totaling all about 19 billion out of the approved sum of 4.2 trillion, the whole zone.
In support of the motion, a cross-section of lawmakers call for inclusion of roads in that constituencies. Senator Dela Solomon, chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, clarified that the 4.2 trillion naira coastal road projects were not allocated on a zonal basis.
Mr. President, it is true that our roads across Nigeria require attention, and I therefore support the motion that the Honourable Minister should be invited to please speak to the Senate about what is happening, notwithstanding the fact that we do not have enough funds, but then we may see that effort is being made. Today I stand before you to represent the people of Lagos State, and we will be able to speak about Lagos-Badagry Road. Lagos-Badagry Road was commenced around 2023. Up until now, Lagos-Badagry has not been completed. Similarly, Lagos-Abeokuta is also there. These are those that will plead that the Honourable Minister and the Senate should please call the attention of the Minister to. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak.
That the sum of 500 billion will be set aside out of the 4.2 to be given to all existing road projects that across the country. And that was what was allotted to all projects across that is going on, that is currently going on, that they should not be abandoned. Not that the 4.2 trillion was shared into the 6 geopolitical zone and one zone got just 19 billion. The 2 was meant for the 2 coastal road projects, but out of which the president has said we should take or set aside 500 billion to be distributed among all other ongoing road projects across the country. That was what really happened. Not that the 4.2 trillion was divided into 6 geopolitical zones and one zone called 90 billion. That's not the position. The position was it's the 2 coastal roads that was to be taken care of, and out of it, the president now, we should set aside 500 billion, which was shared among more than 150 or 60 roads across the country.
The President of the Senate emphasized that road degradation in Nigeria will persist until a comprehensive road rehabilitation and maintenance plan is established.
I believe strongly that if previous administrations in the country had actually gone into a serious roadmap on road construction and rehabilitation, most of the complaints we are having will not be there. As Senator Goje was presenting his motion, I was just imagining what will happen in 10 years' time when others will jump up to say that the coastal road is in deplorable condition and that nothing has happened since construction, and that section this to this, nobody can pass and all that. And you know, coastal road is easy to erode as a result of salt and swampy nature of the terrain. Until we have a serious roadmap on road maintenance in the country, and like Senator, I think Senator Idi has suggested, we should have a roadmap on how to maintain our roads and also how to ensure record.
Moving on, Dubai Balogun, chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Electoral Matters, has urged urgent reforms in Nigeria's electoral legal framework, citing inconsistencies revealed during the 2023 elections. Balogun emphasized the need for collaboration between lawmakers, legal practitioners, and other stakeholders to ensure a more transparent and effective electoral process, highlighting the importance of urgent reforms.
Nigerian projects. So the role of the judiciary and electoral litigation lawyers cannot be overemphasized. As critical stakeholders in the electoral process, we must rub minds together because we want, because who wears the shoes know where it pinches. Through your legal expertise and courtroom advocacy, you help to interpret and set provisions of the Electoral Act. Your experience in handling pre-election, post-election disputes provides invaluable insight into areas where the law needs strengthening, clarification, and amendments. We are here today to listen to your perspectives. We seek to understand the challenges faced by legal practitioners in election litigation, including issues relating to conflicting judicial decisions, timelines of adjudications, burden of proof, and implementation of court judgments.
Mazi Afamosigwe, the Nigerian Bar Station's president, has now criticized the country's electoral legal framework, citing the judicial role in disputes and the distorted impact of the Electoral Act 2022 on the electoral process.
We must ask ourselves whether our courts must continue to be burdened with pre-election matters. We must ask ourselves whether we really need 180 days to resolve electoral disputes. No person will come to a country that devotes most of his time to resolving electoral matters and which commercial disputes, enforcement of fundamental rights, prosecution of criminal cases are not given the priority that resolution of electoral matters are given. Nobody will want to invest in such an economy. And little wonder, even Nigerian banks and companies are giving loan offer letters to customers and designating English law and English courts as places where such disputes will be resolved.
Clement Nwankwo, Executive Director of the Legal Advocacy Center, praised the National Assembly's Joint Committee on Electoral Matters for its commitment to electoral reforms and a crucial role in the passage of the Electoral Act 2022.
And I think that there are several aspects of the Electoral Act that impact or several aspects of a constitutional review that will impact on the Electoral Act. And I think that both committees deciding jointly to keep up with work together and jointly also is quite helpful. I'm delighted that we have this cream of experienced legal practitioners who are here. Looking around the room, I think you couldn't get the best in terms of election petition who are in the room here.
It is instructive to note that elections are among the major pillars of leadership selection in every liberal democracy. Therefore, constant and unceasing efforts for the reformation of our electoral laws and the electoral process are imperative to any country practicing democracy. Given these responsibilities on the bar, it is therefore natural that it will have a central role to play in the electoral process in our time that has usually been allegedly marred by irregularities. The judiciary plays a critical role in shaping our democracy, but the judiciary will not act in vacuum. The task before us, therefore, is to fashion out an electoral system that will not only enable, but also fast-track and improve our practice of democracy.
The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has called for collaborative efforts to address Nigeria's electoral legal challenges. The Zamfara state government has uncovered 2,363 ghost workers following the just concluded verification of civil and public servants in the state. Governor Lawal constituted a committee headed by the State Head of Service in August 2024 with the mandate to conduct the verification exercise of state workers. A statement by the governor's spokesman, Sulaiman Bara Idris, revealed that the verification process exposed 220 minors receiving monthly pay as civil servant. The statement noted that the verification exercise was necessary due to the state government effort to implement the 70,000 naira minimum wage. Around the Bausa State Governor, Senator Dodo has launched the Governor Dodo medical outreach at Cottage Hospital in Ikara to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Prosperity Government. The initiative offers free medical consultations, surgical interventions, screenings, health education, and preventive services, focusing on maternal and child health, non-communicable diseases, reproductive health, and minor surgical procedures.
2 surgeries have been concluded inside the hospital. For those of the major surgeries will be referred to designated centers in Otosega, Detokoki, Sapama General Hospital, Bras General Hospital, and Nembe Cottage Hospital. This ensures that no one is left behind due to financial constraints. We will also give, as part of this project, 1,000 mosquito-treated bed nets, food supplements, immunization, and other health commodities, including aquatic.
Indulgence of our miracle governor to do the following for us. Number 1, renovation and painting of the entire building. 2, equipping the hospital with modern health facility. 3, building 3 self-contained within the hospital premises to accommodate more staff. 4, provision of 1 bus and ambulance for effective mobility emergency cases. 5, empowerment of the indigent qualified health medical related graduates from the community.
Everything needed in this hospital will be provided by the Bayelsa State Government. Having listened to the address of His Royal Highness, the Commissioner for Health is hereby directed to look into the requests for the provision of certain equipments, including ambulances and all of it, and prioritize them and bring them for my approval.
Later on, the governor visited Yenagoa, where Governor Bassel to commission a Dar Asphalt Lane Road at Okaka.
I actually appreciate the contracting firm for delivering this road
even though not at record time. And we know why it was not at record time. It wasn't your fault. The Honorable Commissioner has virtually told us some of the reasons why it wasn't at record time. It's a project that we came to meet, and we knew the importance of this project. And so we decided in our spirit in completing all government projects to the best of our ability and our resources. And the people living on this road are very, very lucky. Oh, they are there already.
The essence of governance is continuity. We do have projects littered all over everywhere, which another regime comes, they abandon the projects that were started by their predecessors and move to some other new projects. But here we are. What was started by his predecessor, taken to conclusion by himself. Governor Ojoyedu, I want to thank you because infrastructure remains the fulcrum of development. If there are no roads, of course the people cannot move. No commercial activity whatsoever. And there will be no value addition, even to government taxes.
Nile Defense Headquarters has officially established Operation Safe Corridor in the northwestern region of Nigeria, with its headquarters located in Safe, Zamfara State. The initiative aims to curb insecurity by providing a structured process for rehabilitating and reintegrating repentant terrorists who voluntarily surrender their arms. The unofficial handover of the office facilities that will serve as operational headquarters, Governor Dauda Lawal reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting security efforts and combating criminal activities. Details in this report.
Operation Safe Corridor is a specialized military initiative designed to offer a pathway for former insurgents and bandits to reintegrate into society. The operation is structured around 5 key components: disarmament, demobilization, de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration. The program has been successfully implemented in the Northeast, targeting Boko Haram defectors, and is now being expanded to the Northwest to address the ongoing security crisis in states like Zamfara, Kebbi, Katsina, Sokoto, and Kaduna. Speaking at the event, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, who was represented by the Chief of Training and Operation at Defense Headquarters, Major General Emeka Olumajuro, stressed the significance of the initiative in curbing terrorism and banditry through rehabilitation.
So I want to briefly introduce Operation Safe Corridor so all can clearly understand why we're here today. Operation Safe Corridor is a non-kinetic line of operation focused on 5 major components: disarmament, demobilization, de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and also reintegration of combatants who are ready and are willing to surrender. First, it provides a path to peace and reintegration. What stops so many people from surrendering is the fear of unknown. If I give up my weapon, what next?
Similarly, the representative of the National Security Advisor, Ambassador Meiro Abbas, urged state governments to create a center for the families of those willing to surrender, for them to be de-radicalized and rehabilitated.
I want to appeal to His Excellency that as we commence the implementation of DDR program in the camp, we also need to take cognizance of what becomes of the wives and the children of those repentant clients. The states would need to have a holding center where the Women Affairs Ministry could be empowered to also give them some sort of re-radicalization rehabilitation, because having lived with the fighters or the main culprits, they also have some kind of ideas of radicalization of criminal tendencies within them. So it is for us to try as much as possible to also de-radicalize them and rehabilitate them so that they become responsible citizens of this country once more.
In his keynote address, Governor Dauda Lawal acknowledged the potential benefits of Operation Safe Corridor. He maintained that his administration would not engage in any form of dialogue or negotiation with terrorist groups. However, he emphasized that his government is open to accepting any bandit willing to surrender their arms unconditionally.
I wish to restate once more the commitment of our administration to support this initiative and other effective tactics used in taking this fight to the bandits' enclave until they are all effectively routed, decimated, and dominated. But for those who intend to surrender their arms unconditionally and willingly, they are free to do so. Unconditionally. No condition whatsoever.
The establishment of Operation Safe Corridor in the Northwest is expected to complement ongoing military operations aimed at restoring peace and stability in the region. With the headquarters now in Zamfara State, security stakeholders are hopeful that the program will help reduce violence and reintegrate ex-fighters who are ready to abandon criminality.
Now then, the State Commissioner of Police, Larry Ogunlo, has now pledged to comb or forest in the states where criminals are to carry out their nefarious activities. He, however, also had conducted an intelligence operation to Jefo Forest, located on the boundary between Ogun and Ondo State, following complaints from Forest Reserve staff and also residents about an uncontrolled influx of unidentified individuals into villages. The operation identified armed robbery and trading in arms is the most prevalent crime in the area, which hosts over 150 settlements. The Commissioner assured that the covert operation marks the beginning of an intensified security effort in Jefo Forest and other vulnerable areas in the state. More security patrols and visits will be conducted to demonstrate the presence of law enforcement to prevent the state from a safe haven for criminals. Also, over 400 newly deployed police constables are undergoing a one-week orientation exercise for upward posting to various divisions in the Benue State Police Command. The exercise aims to familiarize them with the different terrains in Benue, the ways of approaching people, and the use of certain weapons. The command is also emphasizing zero tolerance for corruption and professionalism, as emphasized by the Inspector General of Police. The exercise is now part of the preparation process for their future roles. The police PPRO, CSP, and anticipate that the orientation will enhance the police officers' skills by providing them with comprehensive global practice training.
He has been on this fight to make sure that issues of corruption become a thing of history within the police. And so when we get new officers, we want a global standard style of police. Zero corruption, zero extortion. That's what we're doing here, talking to them. Believe that after here, there will be better police officers and relate better with the Benue people. About 480 constables trained from police training school 1 day, and it is only proper for the command to give them orientation on the environment they found themselves. About 200 are here. We have some that have gone for combatant orientation. We are trying to familiarize them with their current environment so that it will be easy for them to carry out their duties.
The Minami Bachi Cultural Development Station, BIDCDA, is urging Bachi Nation and Plateau people to support Plateau State Governor Caleb Musrang in his effort to serve the people, including appointing Dr. Sunday Aka as a Commissioner for Livestock Development, Veterinary Services and Fisheries.
All of you on your appointments. This is a call to duty, an opportunity to serve with distinction and leave a lasting impact on our state. Stay focused, remain dedicated, and let the spirit of excellence guide your actions.
We want to thank the governor, Barrister Caleb Manasseh Mutfang, for this kind gesture that he has done to Kiche Nation. We appreciate him so much. We also equally hope that the person he has picked from among Bache people will live up to expectation. We have known him for his diligence, for his hard work, for his honesty and integrity. The state chairman of PDP is from Kicheland, and therefore my people are known for steadfastness, and therefore rest assured that we will give all the maximum cooperation to our son and the government he is serving.
It's a great and welcome opportunity, and I believe that I will do my best to enhance the achievement of all the policies that have to do with my assignment.
Moving on, the Cardinal American Foundation for Peace and United Religious Initiative have held a peace-building meeting in Jos, the Plateau State capital, focusing on inter-religious dialogue and understanding among religious leaders to maintain peace among diverse religions groups in Plateau State alongside Nigeria.
Has brought us together to engage with religious leaders, Christians, Muslims, and practitioners of other faiths, so that as religious people we can together explore and find ways to build peace in Plateau, peace in Nigeria. As you all know, religion is a very, very powerful tool. In the same way, religious leaders are also very, very powerful. So combining the two of them together, the power of religion and the leadership that religious people provide, we can explore the opportunities, especially in our holy books, to find ways to build peace.
So our identification of religious leaders for this interaction is deliberate because of the position of influence they occupy in their respective communities and places of worship. We've had situations where a religious leader could say to their members or congregation, do this, and without having the presence of mind to critically examine what the religious leader has said, they will just follow and execute it, and perhaps weeks or months later and ask the question, but why did you ask us to do?
Peace is something that is inherent in each and every one of us. It needs to be uncovered, and to uncover this is where the religious leaders comes into place. And this gathering that we're having here is a wonderful one because it gives us the opportunity to educate people how to uncover that peace that is inherent in our hearts.
A collaborative effort aimed to promote peace, understanding and respect among diverse religious groups in Plateau State. The National Association of Nigerian Students NANS in Ogun State has criticized the coalition of United Political Parties, CUP, accusing them of being political jobbers who cannot win councillorship positions. The students' body described the group as a puppet paid to perform their dirty work. As NANS Ogun JCC chairman Gabriel Francis emphasized dissatisfaction with the group's actions. NANS argued that CUPP was seeking governor patronage and leading to the attacks, as Governor Abiodun's leadership has seen significant improvement in education.
It is crystal clear that the CUPP has lost strength, or perhaps is hungry for a patronage from the governor. Hence, the incessant attack on him? Or how can you fathom a false claim by the group that the incumbent administration in the state has made life harder for Ogun State civil servants, causing frustration and shortening their life expectancy? Is Soluabe and his bunch of jesters not in the state when the governor, Prince Dapo Abiodun, absorbed and even paid over 9 months' salary arrears to civil servants his predecessor currently employed at the twilight of his administration? Or were they at the infirmary when the pensioners were paid backlogs of gratuities in the state? We want to say that it is unfortunate that the Ogun State, which has a high number of educated people and influential personalities, also parades people like CUPP chairman and his co-travelers. Gentlemen of the press, NAS Ogun, JCC, and NAO's national body hereby frown at and condemns the activities of the CUPP in the state, as we view it as nothing but distraction to the governor.
Still in Ogun State, where the government is responding to foster business interactions, industrialization, trade and investment opportunities within and beyond the state. Governor Abiodun made this known at the 14th Gateway International Trade Fair in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. The report.
Represented by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Bolu Owotomo, he assured that his administration will continue to champion policies that drive industrialization, enhance trade and attract investment. The President of the National Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Dele Oye, disclosed that the Chamber is already partnering with Germany to import some machines for agro-processing.
The theme for this year's fair, promoting business through partnerships, is both timely and profound. It underscores the critical role of collaboration in driving economic growth. As an institution, we recognize that this theme is more than just a slogan. It is a call to action for all of us. In today's rapidly evolving global economy, the strength of business lies not just in individual effort, but in the collective power of strategic partnerships.
Like you are aware, the Mr. President has already advanced calls to reduce the cost of inflation to 15%. For you to be able to do that, the operating environment must be conducive for businesses to grow. What does business need to grow? The factors of production. You need reasonable price capital. So if the budget is just 54 billion, they just increase it now, new true prices will generate half. If we are saying government should provide an enabling environment, we are not asking for government to dash us money. All we are asking, they want us to generate the entire 54 trillion, they will give us reasonable price capital.
On his part, the Chief Executive Officer of CCI, Jason Friedberg, a German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Matthias Leder, called for an improved foreign trade balance between Nigeria and the Republic of Germany. Leder, who bemoans the below 1% volume of trade between the two countries, said both nations must put efforts in place to improve the situation for the benefit of the two countries.
There are some means how to improve the trade balances between Europe and Africa and Germany and Nigeria. So you cannot read the numbers here, you just have to keep in mind China in the 80s has been much less developed than Nigeria. And today we have much more trade with China than we do have with Nigeria. And the question is, why is it like this? And what can we do to change the situation? Because if we change the situation, the welfare of Nigeria will grow.
He noted that the balance of trade between Germany and Africa, particularly Nigeria, compared to Brazil and the Republic of China, is very uneven.
The Deputy Governor of Delta State, Monday Oyene, has now praised Governor Sheriff Oberoi for prioritizing high-quality infrastructure and development projects in his administration across 25 local government areas. Oberoi, as our governance philosophy centered on the more agenda, stated that substandard projects are not acceptable in the state. He has prioritized projects that meet global standards and serve the long-term needs for the local communities.
That we inherited, we've completed long ago. Some are still ongoing. And we initiated many new ones too. I understand that there are probably about 500 of Sheriff Oberoi is poised to do magic, to deliver that required dividend of democracy to Deltans. And he's just doing that from day one. This is the only government that, have kept pace without even going to look for loan. And he knows what he's doing. He's very, very good in financial management. The prudence is there, perfect. And of course, we will not embark on projects that we think are impossible, that we think we can.
He, however, inspected several projects, including Otekwe Road in Ilu Isoko Ring Road, College of Health Technology, Ideze Internal Road Phase 1 and 2, and Eri Technical College. He assured community leaders that the state government will ensure project completion once necessary reviews are approved.
I will give a pass mark to all the projects I've seen today. This government does not joke with quality of projects. This government does not joke with value for money. That is why His Excellency the Governor has mandated me today to go and carry out this on the site assessment and then bring back a report so that those that need to be reviewed will be looked at properly and be reviewed. And those that need to be revoked, if at all, of course.
The entire community is so disappointed that 3 of the technical college was awarded the same time and the other 2 have started working. Our own here now has become a kidnapper den, where kidnappers used to catch people almost every week. So we have written to the Minister of Technical Education, and I mentioned it in my address to the Excellency during the presentation of staff of office, that the government has to do something quicker because he really is in the middle of about 5 communities. Look at Avera, look at Oyede, look at Uzeri, look at Ole, look at Emily. We are in the center. So this school will bring development to area as a class. That if the contractor is incompetent to complete the job, let them terminate it and give it to somebody who has a good mind.
I will give.
On the news, Tajudeen Abbas, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, has urged urgent action to tackle security issues, poverty, and infrastructure decay in the northwest region of the country. He emphasized the need to tackle the region's developmental crisis head-on to prevent further deterioration, as Abbas pledged to deliver the committee's mandate to address the multifaceted challenges in the northwest.
Over the past 2 decades, the region has been plagued by insecurity, environmental degradation, and systemic neglect. The once flourishing textile industry in Kaduna and Kano, which employed over 500,000 workers in the 1980s, now engages fewer than 20,000 due to policy inertia and rising insecurity. These setbacks have stifled economic growth and diminished livelihoods. However, we must view these challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as calls to action, calls that the Northwest Development Commission is uniquely positioned to answer. The NWDC is tasked with a mission of monumental importance. To succeed, a comprehensive needs assessment must be conducted across the zone, identifying priority areas for intervention.
The challenges before us demand our collective effort to foster economic growth, reduce poverty, promote peace, and enhance social cohesion across the region. Mandate of the committee, the mandate of this committee includes, but is not limited to, A, addressing all matters related to the Northwest Development Commission, B, coordinating and monitoring the activities of development partners to ensure effective transformation of the zone, C, engaging with agencies, departments, multilateral organizations, and NGOs to facilitate rehabilitation, reconstruction, recovery, resettlement, and development in the northwestern states, which include Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, and Zamfara state. D, collaborating with private sector initiatives to promote regional development. E, harmonizing government initiatives aimed at rehabilitation and sustainable growth.
14 South African troops killed in the DRC fighting finally repatriated. That's after the quick break. You stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Glad to have you back. If you just glad to have you back. If you join us watching Plus TV News now. Now move on straight to other parts of Africa, where Algeria, Nigeria, and Nigeria have now signed agreements to accelerate the development of the Trans-Saharan Gas Pipeline project. The agreements include a contract to update the project feasibility study, a compensation agreement, and a non-disclosure agreement, which among the energy companies of the three nations. The agreement was signed during the fourth ministerial meeting of the TSGP Steering Committee. The revised feasibility assessment will now help accelerate the realization of the project within a reasonable time frame and at competitive cost. It aims to establish a pipeline transporting natural gas and from Nigeria through Niger to Algeria, facilitating exports to European and other international markets. Also, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa urged the nation to stand united amid the U.S. President Donald Trump's attack on South Africa's expropriation policy and foreign policy. In his statement, State of the Nation address, Ramaphosa, however, emphasized the importance of unity and the need to convey a common message to the world. Trump's executive order caught received funding to South Africa and granted white Afrikaners priority status to seek refuge in the U.S. Ramaphosa emphasized that it is not the time for complaints to be made in foreign lands, as he also addressed opposition criticism against the deployment of SANDF to the Democratic Republic of Congo, stating that the decision was not taken lightly, especially when it may put soldiers in harm's way. Now, these 14 South African soldiers that were killed in combat in the Democratic Republic of Congo in January have now returned home and are expected to be handed over to their families. The soldiers were part of the Southern African Development Community mission in the DRC and the United Nations Peace Enforcement Mission. After multiple delays, including medical processing in Uganda, the remains were transported by road to Entebbe, Uganda. The United Nations oversaw the repatriation, and also after completing autopsies, the bodies were flown to South Africa on the Tanzanian Air Force Y-8 transport aircraft. A formal handover ceremony scheduled for 6 p.m. followed by a memorial service at 7 p.m. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the DRC has now closed its airspace to Rwanda planes for 3 months due to the ongoing armed conflict with the M23 rebel movement. And now a no-term notice issued on Wednesday banned all civil and government aircraft registered or based in Rwanda from flying over and landing in the DRC. The new law will last until May the 11th as the M23 rebel movement has resumed its offensive in the eastern DRC, accusing Rwanda of supporting the rebels and calling it to withdraw troops. And now South Africa, US President Donald Trump is expected to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Saudi Arabia for peace talks in Ukraine following a surprise phone call. The move has now sparked concerns that Ukraine will be excluded from the talks, as Trump stated that Kyiv's wish to join NATO is not practical. Trump has now been pushing for a quick end to the nearly 3-year war and has said that the direct negotiations between the two superpowers will happen in the not-too-distant future. The Kremlin said the call lasted nearly 1.5 hours and that Putin has invited Trump to Moscow. So now South Africa, European leaders are vying for a seat in the Ukraine peace talks following US President Donald Trump's direct call to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump announced the start of negotiations and a productive phone call with Putin, but was uncommittal about Ukraine's participation. German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius criticized Washington's concessions to Russia before peace talks began, stating that Europe must be part of negotiations. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz also expressed concern that Trump could force Ukraine into a bad peace deal, leaving it facing an emboldened Russia. Swedish Defense Minister Per Jolson also emphasized the need for European nations to contribute to Ukraine's security, given U.S. demands for more responsibility. Hamas has now confirmed its commitment to the release of captives held in Gaza following Israel's violation of the ceasefire agreement. The group confirmed its commitment to implementing the agreement, including the exchange of prisoners, and confirmed that it will release captives on Saturday if Israel adheres to the ceasefire terms. Hamas spokesperson Abdul Latif Al-Qunal stated that the group will release captives if Israel adheres to the terms of agreement. A Palestinian source reported that the mediators had obtained a promise from Israel to implement a humanitarian protocol allowing construction equipment and temporary housing into the devastated territory, as Hamas also stated that talks in Cairo were positive. Up next. Coming up next, John calls for increased trade between both countries. That's some business news. After this quick break, stay with us.
Hello, welcome to Business News. I'm Elo Kedu. Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu has warned that the country's national grid will not grow if industries continue to leave. He emphasized the need for industries to receive megawatts. Adelabu clarified that attracting industries and major institutions to the grid will lead to a significant leap in grid generation. He also highlighted the importance of making grid supply reliable, qualitative, stable, and functional. The project to reduce electricity supply loss in Nigeria is set to be commissioned, with the Director General of NAPTIN, Ahmed Bolaji Nagode, stating that the project will train 33 personnel from the 11 DISCOs. Nigeria's MTN has reversed its 200% tariff hike on its 15G data plan, which had been implemented on Tuesday. The hike, which had been approved by the Nigerian Communication Commission, was a 200% increase from the 15G data bundle. Although MTN has apologized to Nigerians for the hike, the Nigerian Labour Congress, on the other hand, has called on its members and Nigerians to boycott telco services as a protest against the hike. And the President, Bola Tinubu, has praised the International Finance Corporation, IFC, for its $50 million equity investment in the Lagos Free Trade Zone, LFZ, a key part of his administration's economic strategy. The $50 million investment aims to expand the country's first deep-sea port-based private special economic zone, boosting industrial growth and attracting foreign direct investment. The IFC's investment will support land development, industrial expansion, and logistic infrastructure within the 860-hectare zone, reinforcing Nigeria's economic diversification strategy. The IFC's $70 million support for power sector initiative also aimed at bolstering energy security. Germany's Gießen-Friedberg Chamber of Commerce and Industry's Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Matthias Leder, has criticized the trade imbalance between Nigeria and Germany, citing factors like low labor productivity, high capital interest, innovation, and illegal migration as challenges. Leder calls for an improved foreign trade balance between the two countries, highlighting the uneven trade volume between Germany and Africa. He emphasized the importance of dual vocation training and suggests Nigeria should focus on adding value to raw materials for export. Germany is already partnering with Nigeria to import machines for agro-processing and establish a skill center to improve skills, productivity, and technology transfer. Afrijet, a Gabon-based regional airline, has expanded its flight services to Port Harcourt, Nigeria, marking a...
And that's the most continuing news this hour. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels on Plus of Africa, and Plus of Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limix on Limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Ulubobukun. Many thanks for watching.
So that means you're saying that, everyone, welcome to Heartlines. This is our space when we discuss everything relationship and love. Tommy, have you been here since the whole Valentine month thing? The whole this is love month now, the love season. Oh, hey, God. And you were celebrating your wedding anniversary all through the weekend.
Come on, that's why I don't know about any other person. I don't know about my wife, man.
We're not discussing about any other person. We said it's a
love. Right?
Yeah, so don't you love your wife?
That's why it's only I know about love with, man. Shit. Come on.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Good. Toby. I am tired.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not pulling your leg. It's the love season, though.
Yeah, it's the love season now. That's your
get
month.
plans?
Sorry?
You get plans?
You want to involve me in your...
I don't understand. So you know they do love.
Sorry?
Allah.
Hello, Precious. Are you there? How are you doing?
Yeah.
Precious, this is the love month. So I'm thinking that you have plenty things, you know. It's plenty plans for Port Harcourt people.
Plenty plans. So we're going to be unveiling them one after the other.
That's nice. That's not
How
bad
is
at
the
all.
black suit in that place, self? Has this stopped?
How's the black one?
It's greatly reduced over the years.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Because I know 2 years
Not
ago
as
was
bad as it
terrible.
was,
2 years
honestly.
ago was terrible.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
So please, does anybody have plans for Valentine that they want to share?
I don't know. I'm very
Come to Port Harcourt.
I'm very
now.
spontaneous.
Invite me now. Let me come.
I'm very spontaneous, man.
I'm going dancing that day.
Tommy, if I elbow you like this,
As the spirit leads
as
me,
the
man.
spirit-
Come on.
I don't want to.
I could just wake up and say, you know what, babe? Let's go to Mauritius, you know? Come on, man.
One I won't say the things I want.
Money is talking.
I won't say the things. No, leave him. I won't say the things I want to say. Okay, so today on the show, we're discussing why self-love is a foundation. It's a necessary foundation for every relationship. Self-love is, in fact, before the show, we're having this conversation. A lot of people don't understand what self-love means. So, Precious, please educate us. What is self-love?
Self-love is accepting who you are. So it's about knowing your strengths, your weaknesses, what are the things you like, appreciate. So you're tall, you're short. It's not saying, oh, I wish I was taller, or if only I was light in complexion, I would have achieved this or I would have done that. Self-love is about appreciating the you head to toe, flaws and all. Everything that happens to you is unique. So you need to love yourself for that uniqueness.
Rightly said. Tommy, what do you want to say about self-love?
I mean, she said it's spot on. But just to add, basically, self-love is acknowledging your weakness, acknowledging, you know, your whole entire being, you know, so to speak. You know.
Okay. My people have defined what self-love is. For me, self-love is being that person that you want to be. As much as you're this, you're that, you're short, you're tall, self-love is also working on yourself.
Knowing your worth.
Apart from knowing your worth, knowing your worth and working on yourself to become that person, you know, that image of yourself you want to be. Because it's accepting your weakness, your flaws and everything. But at the same time, as much as you have accepted it, try and work on them to be a better person. The minute you're aware, you're self-aware, you have come to the point where you know what, these are my flaws, this is what I have done to improve myself and all that. You would feel like, you feel wonderful about yourself. And then if anybody comes to you and to talk nonsense, you won't accept it. You know, you're grounded, you're sure that, you know, not that you're sure, you know that, you know what, I have invested so much in myself, so you really can't tell me crap about myself. I know myself so well, right? So, that being said, please note that you can share your story with us via our WhatsApp number 081-9038-4663, or you can call in to join the conversations on our direct numbers 07025007749 or 07014242420. And please, with a beg now, let me say it in pidgin English so my people will understand it. We are begging you people, make una follow us, subscribe, follow us on YouTube at Official Upgrade TV. And regarding watching on DSTV, a few people told me that they don't, DSTV doesn't pick it, Plus TV doesn't pick it, and that's true, I reconfirmed. So they pick it at 10:30 because they have to take the news and all. So if you're wanting to watch it on Plus TV, please, 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 it's at 10:30, not 10 o'clock. But at 10, you can get it on R2 TV. Let's quickly go on a break, and we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Heartlines will be right back.
Tell us you're a Nigerian without saying a word. Energy security is one of the most pressing issues for many developing countries like Nigeria. And if there's going to be any meaningful progress, addressing our energy issues is non-negotiable.
I need to see light for my house. Make them do something.
Band A is expensive. I literally have to turn off all my appliances just to reduce costs.
We need light.
Introducing the Energy Outlook, your go-to show for everything energy. Every week, we'll bring you the latest insights, innovation, and in-depth analysis of Nigeria's energy sector. From policy discussions to regulatory insights, we will analyze the key decisions influencing growth and sustainability in the energy sector. We'll bring you the human stories behind the headlines, giving you a personal perspective on the broader energy challenges. Join me every Friday at 6 p.m. for the Energy Outlook, your guide to the future of energy, where energy means business.
This season on Heartlines, we're committed to making a difference in people's lives. So Heartlines, in partnership with Veda Consult, is offering 12 free slots of counseling every quarter for people in need of professional counseling. Additionally, we're taking on 2 pro bono cases for individuals navigating a challenging divorce. To participate, please send an email to counsel@vedaconsult.com with your story. Our team will carefully review all submissions and will contact all the shortlisted candidates. Heartlines is live Mondays to Fridays at 10 p.m, so engage with us.
Thanks for staying with us on Heartlines.
Toby, I'm going to send you out of this place very soon. I'm going to send you out. Precious, please. Precious, when are you coming to Lagos? On Tuesdays, I want someone to sit between me and Toby. Toby is harassing me. Okay.
Honestly, need to come to Lagos.
Thank you.
I beg, harassment, eh? Please just be careful with the choice of words.
Let not people see you on the road.
Voila.
Okay, so Precious.
Yeah.
Self-love. So I want people to understand what is obtainable with self-love, what it means, what is obtainable if you understand what self-love means, how you would relate it to self-awareness, and how it now affects your relationship, how it enables you to set boundaries, you know, and all that. How does it work?
Okay, so you can't give what you don't have, and you can't even expect what you don't attract. So if you have become self-aware as a result of self-love, it will be easy for you to set boundaries. It will be easy for you to say, this is, you know, what I won't take from, you know, a man or a woman, or it will also be easy for you to say, this is exactly what I want. Because you already know how to love yourself, it's easy for you to translate this knowledge, transfer this knowledge to you to be loved. So it's not about being selfish. Some people think self-love is selfishness. It's not about having ego. Some people are, you know, oh, I'm practicing self-love. So because of that, you don't listen to anybody. You use self-love as an excuse for every bad behavior that you exhibit. If you understand and know exactly what self-love means to you, you can tell your partner that same definition and help them love you better.
Okay. Okay, so Tommy and I were having a conversation, and when I said self-love, he said, if you don't love yourself, you can't give love. But I'm of the opinion that you can actually give love without having self-love. But what happens in that situation is the other person is going to abuse what you have given to them because you do not know where to set the boundaries. So you can actually give, but then you don't know to what extent or how much you should put in because you're not aware, you don't understand how it works. Because that is why you see people are being abused, you understand? They abuse what you have given to them because they don't value it, and because you have put yourself in that position to say, you've put yourself in that situation. You're loving someone without boundaries. You're loving someone without thinking. You're loving someone and you're taking crap from the person. You know? So how does self-love navigate what you give? Tommy, how does
self-love?
Yes, navigate the amount, how you give out love? Does it help you know what to give?
So I think, like you said, setting boundaries, puts, I don't use the word draw a line, it puts some sort of control or measure, into which on how you give out your love. Because like you actually said, when you overgive love without setting up boundaries, is human nature, tend to take advantage of the love you give. Now, how do you now put this measure? Is to be able to understand your own image, understand your own well-being, once you have a better understanding of who you are, it helps you determine how people relate with you. And I'll say, for instance, let's take a couple. The lady is in love with her husband, and she's willing to do anything for him. Maybe even beats her. Okay, so because she thinks or because she feels she's in love with him, she forgets herself. She forgets her value. Now, why do I say she forgets her value? She's unable to set up boundaries, talk to him, make him understand that he can't just be beating her, getting away. That's why you see some men, they beat their wife and come back to apologize. Because obviously, they know that when they go back to the wife will always, accept it. It's become a norm. Now, if you understand your self-worth, you'll be able to draw, a boundary and you'll be able to end it. I don't know if you're saying it from my point of view, but pretty much.
Okay, do you think that it is love that make people tolerate all that?
Sometimes.
But
it's
not all
love.
the time.
Other times, there's no option.
Or ignorance.
Well, maybe ignorant, but other times there's no option. What do I mean by no option? If, other topics we've discussed before now, you find out that some ladies don't have anything to their name. They are solely dependent on their husband.
So before they got married, who were they?
Good question. I don't know. But what happens? Who were they? Very fantastic question. But I don't know. Who were they? Who they were? Or maybe they forgot who they were. And became so accustomed to the new life they are in. And then, forget who they were. And sometimes it's even the husband that impose on them what they want. And this is where self-love comes in. The ability for you to be aware of who you are, positively.
So I want you to explain what you mean by they don't have anything to their name.
So maybe they're no longer working. Maybe prior to that time they were working. Or maybe they are just trophy wives. We have trophy wives out there. So obviously they know that once they don't have this opportunity of being with this man anymore, it's game over. So they are ready to take any bullshit that comes their way. And they're taking this bullshit again. It comes back to self-worth. They don't understand what self-worth is. They don't understand their value. They don't understand their worth.
Okay, so because I want to say that, trust me, there are women out there who are the breadwinners.
Yeah.
And they still get treated like this, the same way. They are the breadwinners in the house. And then the man will still maltreat them. Treat them like crap. So it's not about not having anything to your name. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I said it's just one off, not in totality.
Yes, so one off. So that's why I'm saying, do you think it is love that makes these people tolerate it? Because when I asked, do you think why they tolerate it is because they love this person so much? Because you said that they don't have options or alternative. You're the breadwinner in the house. You're the one providing everything. So you can actually live. But you don't live. So is that love?
So let me know, does that person have a child? There are various elements that come into play in this.
Okay.
Now, for instance, maybe the lady has kids.
So she's being
obviously she's thinking about the kids before herself. Exactly.
Child.
Come on.
Okay.
She wants these kids to still have the father's presence in their life.
Okay.
But then it still brings us back to the boundaries. So I don't know if she's been able to communicate how she feels to this person. And then it now depends on the receiving part. How does this person receive it from her? Is he listening to her? That's another topic entirely on its own. But in this case, I want to believe maybe the person has kids. Now, if this person does not have kids, then there's a problem. I don't want to say she's been jazzed. Neither do I want to use the word ignorant.
Okay.
You can't be the breadwinner in your space. You can't be the one providing, and you have your partner probably abusing you or whatever he's doing to you, and you're unable to make decisions.
You can call it ignorance, because when I mean ignorance, is not that you're completely stupid. It's just that you're ignorant in that space. So you have been certain things have been put or planted inside you. You have been informed that this is how it should be. Or you have been raised to think that this is the norm. So in that area, you're ignorant. Doesn't mean you're not intelligent. Doesn't mean you're not doing well at work. I know someone, it was a story that someone shared with me. The lady is 28. She died October 5th last year. What happened? Intelligent student, first class student, went to UK to do her master's. Met this guy. The guy was in Nigeria. She actually took the guy to the UK, did everything and all that. The family, so the lady who was telling me the lady in question that passed is her elder sister's daughter. And she said that for someone who was doing so well in the UK, you would expect that you would even know the UK laws and how it favors, you understand, women. This guy came from Nigeria, brainwashed you. You stopped communicating with the people, your siblings, you stopped communicating with everybody. And then from nowhere, they tell you that you have skin cancer. You were diagnosed and all that. And the guy and his family told you that if you tell anybody, you would die. This happened in the UK. I'm being honest.
That's crazy.
I can show you. She sent me the messages, and I was like, what did you say?
And she didn't tell anybody.
I said she did. You don't get it. So they manipulated her to that point. It was pure manipulation. That they were praying for her, that since they've told her, because they said the doctors told her to just go, there's something that in the UK, if they say that it's gotten to stage 4, oh, sorry, today is World Cancer Day.
Yeah, true.
So, to everybody out there, it's a topic that,
So make peace with your family, spend the last time with your family.
Yeah, with your family and all that. They told her she had skin cancer.
That's a terrible one.
Yeah, and so they say it was already at stage 4, it had affected her organs and all that. But guess what? She wasn't bedridden. She wasn't feeling sick. She was still working.
Wow.
So you see, it's complicated. All you needed to do was just be with the right people, right frame of mind, and, only God knows what would have happened.
Late now?
Yeah, she's late. Told me they manipulated this lady. They brought her from UK to Nigeria to come and do prayer. So trust me, it's not, you can be ignorant.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
You see where I'm coming from? She died in Nigeria. She did her master's in the UK. Her siblings, her mom's siblings are in the UK.
That sounds to me like brainwash.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Told me there are stories that you would hear.
No, because
you would hear stories, and guess what? The guy is in the UK now.
Probably even with another
Of course.
So when you say, how can you be working, be the breadwinner, and blah blah blah, and you don't want to use the word ignorant? Told me, people can be ignorant, please. As in, so bad.
So how do you know you're ignorant? How do you come out of being ignorant?
So it's about what you know.
So okay, well, so maybe people just need to speak out more.
So when you are with your friends, so
Ask for
how you
help.
know about, so Tommy, for example, it happens to everybody. The things you think you know that are right. You are somewhere and people are having conversations, and then you hear somebody give a totally different opinion or thought about what you're talking about. And in your quiet time, you'll be like, oh, I think saying like this, they do this thing. Do you understand? That's you being ignorant in that. It doesn't mean it's right, but when you have conversations and then you read, you speak to people, depending on whatever it is. A lot of people are ignorant about marriages. A lot of people are ignorant about relationships. Nobody knows what is right and wrong. We just say, oh, this, oh, that, you know. So yes, a lot of people are ignorant when it comes to certain things. Even how you behave, how you carry yourself. What we think is right, not necessarily, might not be so right, you know. So Delicious, how we have spoken about the negatives of not having self-love. But now what we're discussing is self-love being a foundation for every relationship. So that means that we are meant to be educating people on how to understand self-love so that it builds a strong foundation in every relationship you're in. Because we are of the opinion that self-love is something that binds every long-lasting relationship.
So is there a difference between self-love and boundaries?
You need to understand what self-love is to set boundaries.
Okay.
And which is why you heard where she said that some people think self-love is being selfish. So there's a difference between boundaries.
Exactly.
So some people will now set boundaries to the point where it looks as if you're being selfish. So there are two different things. So so with these things, there's always a thin line.
Are you going to be bothered about someone seeing you as being selfish, vis-a-vis you setting your boundaries?
So you would decide what it is.
So in other words, you can really not care how that person feels.
It's not about not caring about what that person feels. If you're in a relationship and you're setting boundaries that is not convenient for the other person, it's just okay to go back to understand why is this person, explain to the person, or you guys you compromise certain things out of love. You have set boundaries, you understand? There are people who don't know how to share. That's who they are. And so you're going into a relationship, you're saying, this is who I am. I don't know how to share my things. Some people can't use the same tool you use. I see couples that use the same toothbrush. You know, they call it love, but some people,
I can't actually.
You can't, but they kiss.
It's different.
Exactly. But you'll see some other people who say, if we kiss, why can't we use the same brush?
I can't.
That's you. You don't get my point.
And you see some people who they're able to take stuff out of their spouse's mouth to eat, whilst others cannot. No, it's same.
You understand what I'm trying to say? So you're asking, when is it? So it's basically understanding how to set these boundaries. And I don't think this boundary should actually affect the other person.
So it only affects the other person. The person is not matured enough to understand that this is how this person feels.
I don't think so. Precious, what do you think? I don't think so.
It's not supposed to affect the other person because these boundaries are supposed to be set with the intention of love, of loving. So I'm not setting the boundaries because I want to punish you. No. I'm not setting the boundaries because I don't really like you as such. So I'm thinking of ways that you will not be into me totally. No. I'm setting the boundaries because I want us to have a healthy relationship. If I don't set boundaries and you keep crossing these boundaries and keep offending me time and again, one day I'll get to my breaking point and say, I'm done. We both do not want that. So setting boundaries help the relationship last longer.
So it's safe to say that, let's debate a bit. Most of this relationship that comes to an end, it means that there are no boundaries in the relationship.
So, Tommy, please.
Sometimes.
Before we get there, let's also be careful about setting boundaries.
Yes.
We need to be careful about setting boundaries. So when we're saying setting boundaries, Precious, please give us a scenario of setting boundaries so that people understand what we mean by setting boundaries. Because you're not saying, don't speak to me anyhow. So you need to understand this thing. You're not saying,
you can't talk to me like
self-respect. You cannot call me to order. No. Setting boundaries is, you can address what you want to say, but in a calmer manner. You understand? It's okay to scream when you're upset. Do you understand? But when you do that, I'm coming back to you to say, you screamed when you were speaking to me. Please don't do that again. You can speak to me calmly, and I will listen to you. You don't have to scream. But you understand that, and I understand that you did it while you were upset, but please don't do it again, because it would also trigger something within.
Fantastic approach.
Fantastic.
Healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries. So when you say setting boundaries, be careful what we say to people. We're not saying, Oga,
no ever for
no
me talk
ever
like that.
for you.
For your life.
That's go. I mean, they follow talk.
You understand? You know, so setting boundaries, we need to be careful about what we mean by setting boundaries. And again, self-love. So I'm asking a question. Precious, we haven't answered the question.
Yes.
How does self-love create that foundation for a fantastic relationship?
So self-love helps you to tell your partner what you want and how you want it, because self-love is you in your most authentic self. No cameras, no filters, nothing. Like, this is who I am.
Okay.
And I want, this is who I am, and I love me for me. I'm not saying because you're a bad person, you're not saying it's self-love, everybody should love you and your bad character. No. We're saying, as long as what you do is not harmful to you, is not harmful to others, it promotes love, growth, commitment, happiness, you know, it's a good thing to do. How do you translate it into set boundaries? Maybe on that day you just want to, and you know you don't set boundaries all in one day, because the person might not be able to assimilate all. And sometimes you even remember some boundaries after the person has crossed said boundary. You're not like, oh, okay, this and that. Now, what are the examples? You asked the question earlier, what are some of the examples? Every relationship is unique. So for me, mine can be, I'm not a late night person. So, or I'm not a night person per se. So if we are together in the same space, please note that once it is 10 o'clock, I'm shutting down for the night.
Okay.
So this means, so what does shutting down for the night mean for me? It means no phone calls, so my phone is not ringing out. There's nobody knocking at my door. I'm not where it's noisy, or if I'm there, I'm already trying to come back home. So if you and I are out, and for whatever reason, you know, it's getting to my bedtime, I can sacrifice. I mean, there's sacrifice and compromise in love. But you should be able to understand that, oh, this woman is time for her. She will soon start getting grumpy. She will soon start frowning. I need to make sure, you know, she gets home safe. Now, that all gets home in time so I can, you know, have rest. Now, that is, he understands that I need to. So he will not always keep me out late. Now, another boundary, just like Franca said, was in the way you speak when you're upset. There are some people, don't shout at them. Their mental health can't stand it. So when you shout at them, you know, they just feel all out of sorts. Now, yes, you can tell your partner in a calm voice, like you said, after the quarrel has ended, you go and meet him and say, look, or meet her and say, look, I know, you know, I understand you're upset, this, that, you know, must have triggered you, but you could have passed across your message, like in a more calm way. You know that this shouting does this to me. If you're wrong, you apologize and say, oh, I'm sorry, because sometimes you can be the situation. So it's fine to apologize. Now, it also helps you understand when your partner is being intentional about hurting you. Because if after saying, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, and these are all reasonable things, by the way, and your partner time and again keeps breaking those boundaries, then you know your partner is intentional about hurting you. Some people are like that. They derive pleasure from hurting others. If you don't set boundaries, how do you determine that this person is doing this thing deliberately, as opposed to, oh, it was just a mistake one time or two times?
Okay. Okay, so we have, I just wanted you to finish, but let's quickly go on a break. When we come back, we'll take it up from where we stopped.
Stay tuned. Heartlines will be right back.
It's a season of love. In partnership with Yasin, Heartlines will be giving away 4 luxurious, beautiful gifts to 4 lucky women. So stay tuned to the show to find out how you can win these incredible, luxurious gifts. And yes, gentlemen, you can participate to win on behalf of your better half, because truly, love is in the air. So catch me live Mondays through Fridays at 10 p.m. on Heartlines.
Thanks for staying with us on Heartlines.
Okay, so our phone lines are open and you can call us on 070-2500-7749 or 070-1424-2420. Sorry, Precious, we had to go on a break and so I had to cut you short. But sorry, continue. So, in understanding, so like we were saying, we need to be careful how to set boundaries, which is why I'm intentional about someone explaining properly what this means. Even when you say you have boundaries, you said something about shutting down at 10. You understand? I respect that you shut down at 10, but sometimes there are emergencies. And it will be very inconsiderate for you to say, oh, because I have set boundaries, I will not attend to that thing because it's past 10. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So that, except you're saying that, oh, this person keeps doing it, but you would actually know if it's genuine or not.
But now, when she says shutting down at 10, now is she speaking to a spouse? Or just a general something?
So, whatever. So
because
you
we're
said...
speaking, we're speaking to relationship.
No, but we're not speaking to... So, yes, relationship, but you have relationships at work.
Okay, not just spouse, generally.
Not just spouse, generally. You have relationships at work. You have relationship with your in-laws. You have relationship with
you simply
your
have
friends.
Different boundaries with different people.
With different people, yes. So when you say, okay, so for my parents, they're old, so they put off their phone at 9. So we all know that after 9, you can't reach them. And I think the reason why they did that was because they didn't want for people to call them at certain hours to deliver certain news to them. Wait till in the morning when everybody's around, so nobody will... Yes, so, things like that. So, but what they do is they put off their phone. They don't tell you, don't call me after 9.
If you like call, you not go see.
So if you call, nobody will pick.
It's not going to ring.
It's not going to even ring. Exactly. It's not going to ring. So those are the kind of... So as much as we're discussing self-love and setting boundaries, it has to be healthy. It has to be realistic.
Yes.
Because people, they set boundaries and they don't get to satisfy their husbands or wives.
So when it's not realistic, then that's when it becomes selfish.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So because some things are not realistic, and then I also think that as much as we're setting these boundaries, we have to have a conversation about it. We should have
effective communication.
Yeah, of course.
We should have a conversation. You can't just say, oh, because self-love, I will just go and set boundaries. My spouse or my friend doesn't know.
No. There has to be understanding.
Yeah, it has to be an understanding between you and whatever. Exactly. Because even with your friends, you tell your friends, sorry, as much as I respect you, you don't speak to me in this manner. You don't come to my house without calling me. I respect people's spaces. I know if you carry bags inside the go person house and I never call you to tell you inside they come. Yes, I don't do that because the person might not even be in the mood to see someone.
True.
It happens.
True.
Yes.
The person might just have said, you know what, today I'm just going to spend time with me, my babe, or you don't even program say.
Some people don't even understand boundaries, do you know?
Exactly.
Some people, let me say Yoruba. Some people,
Doesn't exist for
some
them.
people, some in Yoruba, it says.
Let me give you
Omoju.
let me give you a story. Someone told me, don't laugh when I say it. Someone invited me to their house, and I couldn't make it at that time. So I was on the island, and I went to the person's house. I drove into the person's compound.
Then you get them.
I drove in.
Yeah, you get the house now.
No, the security man
Okay.
opened the gate. I said, I drove in.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to tell you how close I was to the door
Okay.
and everything. I drove into the house. I was in the premises. I was in front of the gate.
What are
In
you
front
talking
of.
about? What are you talking about?
I was in front of the
Who are you
person's
talking-
door.
Who are you talking about?
I was calling this person. The person did not pick. Do you understand? But guess what? I was calling. But I said I wasn't going to ring the bell. I'm being honest. I said I wasn't going to ring the bell because
Voila.
if the person is with their phone, you understand?
Yeah.
The person would pick, except
see
the
the
person
call.
doesn't want to see me. And then if the person is not with their phone, that means the person is probably doing something or engrossed with something. Do you know what I did? I drove off.
Wow.
Yes.
Is that person your friend?
Yeah. Do you understand? I drove
Yes.
off. And
But
I didn't get
that's how
upset.
respecting boundaries.
I didn't get upset. But guess what I did? I sent a message. I don't come. Oh. I even enter your compound. Do you understand? So no talk, say I not come. Very clear.
So,
I've cleared my
you know,
conscience.
So in that, delicious. Now, in that regard, you're telling that person you don't come.
Yeah.
Whereas you're supposed to come when that person's aware you're coming, because obviously they want to receive you. But now you came.
But something happened.
Exactly. Now you came when this person didn't even know you're around. Does that actually justify that you have been there?
Yes, because
No,
I
I'm
could
sorry.
have.
No,
yes,
you're not.
because
No.
Precious.
No.
Precious, you know why? Because I could have said, you know what? Knock on the door.
Yes.
To make sure that I'm there.
Well, that person didn't know you were there.
It's not about you
No,
don't get it.
you have not. I get where you're coming
No,
from.
no, you don't. Let me tell you why I say you don't get
Okay.
it. Was the person at home? Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Yes.
And
Did the
so,
person know you were there? No.
it's not about whether the person knowing I was there or not. If I wanted the person
To know.
I could have hit on the door because the person was inside. So it's not like I wasn't sure whether the person was inside or not. I could have hit on the door to say I don't
Okay,
come.
but you respected the boundary.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yes, I was trying to
Exactly.
respect boundaries. So, but at the same time, as much as I was trying to respect boundary, I was saying I have done my part. So I can't
I
be
was
held.
there.
I was there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So if peradventure the person won't talk, that's why I came on. But out of respect, I not cross my boundary. Delicious. I'm going to kick this guy out of my studio right now.
I need to come to Lagos so we
Do you
can both
understand?
taste him.
So, but what I'm trying to say is that's a very healthy boundary.
Yeah, indeed.
Yes.
And guess
That's
what?
a very
It doesn't
Yeah, it's a very
affect-
healthy
example.
boundary.
Yes, and it doesn't affect your relationship.
At all. Not at all. In
You
fact,
know?
it's even more honorable, actually.
Yes, so that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. It's a conversation you need to have with people. And guess what? Because I want you to treat me like that, I would do it to you. Because there are days people don't feel like seeing someone. There are days you don't feel like meeting someone. Even sometimes. When I was in school, back then when I was in school, I had a very good friend. She's my sister now. If she's dating you, she will never come to your house without telling you she's coming. And
Ah,
she said
yes, so
she said it was for her peace of mind. Her sanity.
yes.
Yeah, before you go and get person with it there.
She said because she didn't want to she didn't want to just get into her boyfriend's house and then meet someone else. But it was going to disrupt her whole being, you know. But guess
Yes.
what? I was a master of surprise.
Maybe you.
do you understand? Me not even they call before they
If they
come.
go boss
I go
people,
just
I
show.
go boss you.
do you understand?
Wahala, you
Wah-
man.
I like
And then you will
wahala.
not surprise yourself.
You understand? But guess
Were you ever surprised? the surprising became the surprise. I mean, surpriser became the surprising.
No. So, but you see those
Yes.
kind of time now when you just suspect something. So you go always no. But this my friend never did. But let me tell you something. Her and the guy, they never got married. They didn't get married. And years later, I was speaking to the guy. Do you know what the guy told me? That she gave him so much room.
True.
So you see, there's always a downside to something. The guy actually said, she gave me
freedom. That's the word, freedom.
That he had too much freedom. So because he knew that his girlfriend would always call, he could do a lot of nonsense.
Get away with it.
And get away with it. And you see, in that process, somebody else will come in, colonize you. You understand? You know, sometimes, I think sometimes...
fall in love with that person.
Exactly. I think sometimes men like those domineering women.
Actually, not sometimes.
And that's why I say, oh, I don't know. So I'm just saying sometimes because they'll complain that you're doing you're that.
Complain, you me. We like
exactly. So they want you to exercise your rights.
Yes, a sense of ownership.
Your sense of ownership.
Yeah.
So men like that.
Yeah, actually.
But guess what? If you do it, they will complain. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? But you like her. You know? So he told me categorically that why we're not married today was because I had too much freedom with her.
I hope she learns from that, Sha.
But that's
and that was fine. No, that's the thing. That was fine because they probably weren't meant for each other. See, don't start what you know you don't have the energy to always keep doing. So it's also one of the reasons why romance or intimacy can fizzle out in a long-term relationship. Because if she had, this is just me speaking in hindsight, if she had started, she for tire one day.
Because the guys,
then what happens?
You know, say there are some guys that they're not the tire machine, German machine.
Now,
then he will not be saying, you don't love me anymore. And that becomes a problem.
So now bringing in emotional...
So really, they weren't meant for each other.
Yeah, so now bringing in emotional intelligence into setting boundaries or approaching boundaries.
Yes.
When you have a friend or a family member who is doing something you don't like, and you just expect that this person should know that there are some certain things you should not do in this space. And you're also trying to be careful on how to say it because you don't want to hurt this person's feelings. How do you go about it?
Should I be honest with you?
Yes.
It's even wrong to assume that the person knows. That's what I tell myself. You know why?
Some major things that one should know. Like, I don't want to give example, so I don't give an insight to who I'm speaking to. Yeah.
You're assuming that the person knows. You'll be shocked that the person doesn't know. And then, you know what? Tell yourself...
After this call, we give you...
I know. Tell yourself the person doesn't know.
So then how do you tell that person?
No, so tell yourself the person...
This person is a mature person that should know that this is wrong.
Tell yourself that person doesn't know. So you find a way to tell the person, even if not this thing, don't they do I'm like this, so you don't know. Do you understand? I just feel say you don't know, that make me say, make I tell you.
Not everybody. Well, okay.
You know,
but not everybody's as blunt as...
No, you don't get it. So I learned over time that we assume a lot.
Yes.
We assume a lot. If somebody is doing something,
right, Tasha, you're right.
If somebody continues to do something, and you know that this thing the person is doing, there are two things. It's either the person is doing it intentionally, or the person doesn't know.
Or the person is just feeling too comfortable.
Is that whether comfortable, that means the person is doing it intentionally.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
But why you want to be doing something intentional is wrong?
But you don't understand. If the person knows that it is wrong, that means the person is doing it intentionally. How can you know something is wrong and do it? And you say it because the person is comfortable. So two things. It's either the person doesn't know.
Person know.
Good. So that person is doing it intentionally. And if the person is doing it to trigger something, which is why you should address it. Because if the person is doing it and feels that, okay, this person no go mind, that's another angle to it. The person is doing it and saying, yes, the person is doing it and saying,
one day, that's the case.
Okay, so the person doesn't mind.
But because
that means no boundary.
Doesn't mean the person doesn't. No, because you feel the person is soft and open and you know.
Okay, so you feel say the person no go mind. If he feels the person no go mind, he's not wrong to say the person no go mind because you're tolerating it. So because you mind, you say, I don't like this thing. So you are telling because the person thinks you won't mind, but let the person know that you mind.
The way we have used some approach.
Not everybody they understand body language.
Not even body language. You've used some approach. You've actually good points. Not everybody understands body language, but you're actually taking upon yourself to do some certain actions that would
Tommy.
Oh, you understand? Oh,
Common sense is
you're
not
wasting
common.
energy.
You're wasting
Just
energy.
have a discussion.
Address that issue. Because let me
Address
tell you
it.
why. The day you're having the conversation, the person is going to ask you, did you tell me this? You won't say, I was trying to.
Did you tell me? Am I even supposed to tell you this?
Told me.
Okay, no
So let me
assumption.
give you an example. I was having a conversation with somebody, husband and wife, and something happened. The wife took a decision to do something. The man wasn't happy about the decision, but he let it slide. And then months later, they were addressing it. And he now brought it up to say, you did this. And she said, you are the man of the house.
Let me know.
You should have said you didn't want it. But you said, you didn't say anything. He thought, not saying anything, that she had sense. But she said, if you were not comfortable with it, you should have said it.
So sometimes we need to speak out.
Speak out.
Guys, so sometimes you need to speak out and not assume.
That's why I say we assume a lot. So that's when you speak out sometimes, people say they talk too much. No. So the things I'm not talking about, if I don't talk about something, that's me. So I tell people that if you're friends with me and we quarrel every day, that's because I still care. The day I stop caring, I will not speak about it. Where are my producers, please? I need Tommy out of this studio. You know, and that's because I don't have the energy anymore. You don't want to put in energy where you have given up on. So, but the minute you're talking, that means you're still trying to correct things, you're still trying to put in more effort and all that. So that's why it's good to be expressive. Say what you think should be said. Why should you speak? So that tomorrow when you take a decision, it will be clear that you addressed whatever the situation was.
Okay.
So yes, we assume a lot. We take things for granted. We say, it's supposed no, things like that. No. Even to dating, even as much as, as far back as when I was younger, I told my husband, I said, I beg brother, you go toast me. So that he go day record say, you ask me out and I say yes. Make it not be say we just it can't be like say, I'm going to kill Toby. So that tomorrow, you're not going to say, but mutual understanding.
I don't tell you I want to date you now.
I'm not telling you I won't date you now. Now we just, so it's very, in fact, I was so small at that time. My husband looked at me and laughed and said, this girl, you're just crazy. I said, no, brother. Now, because so that when we talk, I can confidently say, oh, he told me and I say yes.
But now you
my
asking
boyfriend.
Yes.
As stupid as it sounded.
So, well, fair enough. So it's important to...
So it's good to define things.
Yeah, and it's also important to have emotional intelligence whilst trying to communicate your boundaries.
Oh, yes. It's very necessary so that you don't say the things
emotional
that you didn't
intelligence is
mean.
very necessary.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's very necessary because you might end up hurting the other party whilst you're trying to communicate your boundaries.
So you see,
yes.
You see this self-love and, self-love don't cause a lot of problems. People misunderstand self-love. And why I say this is, you see this mantra of do what makes you happy. People have abused it in relationships. You do what makes you happy. But if
at the expense of the other person.
Can you
yes,
take
and it's not, that's not.
Can you take what that other person? I'll give you a clear example. I've spoken to several men about cheating. These men cheat, but they'll tell you if their wife cheats, they go house. And I'm like, why? You're saying, no, woman not supposed to cheat. Have you ever thought of how that woman is feeling, knowing that you're cheating? Or knowing that you're doing something? It's okay for the man to leave the house, go out for days, not come back, lie about certain things. And then, when you want to address your wife, do you know you are a married woman? That's the first thing they say. Do you realize you're a married woman? Uncle, are you not a married man? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it all still boils down to self-love, awareness, using things wrongly, using some mantras wrongly.
But what's your take in that regards?
Regarding what?
What you just said. When a man says if a woman misbehaves, she's going home. And the man is free to do what he wants.
Okay, so let me be honest with you. Relationships for me are things I hold dear. And in every relationship, there should be an understanding. I don't understand the part where men say there are no emotions when they cheat. I honestly don't understand it. That's why I said I don't understand it. Because even as a woman, before I sleep with you, we must have a certain level of connection.
Exactly, emotion. That's why men get upset.
No, but guess what? If I don't see that thing in you, I won't even sleep with you. Somehow you'll be part of that thing. You must show certain level of commitment to me.
I think I've lost you there.
Good. Before me, I sleep with you. You go don't show me a certain level of commitment. Do you understand? You go don't show me a certain level of commitment. Yeah. Do you understand? So, is it that the women they sleep with? So, but you see, the men lie to themselves to say they don't feel anything. No, listen. Okay. Let me tell you why I say they lie. They pretend that they feel something to the women.
Okay.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
These women are smart though.
They pretend because there's no lady that will sleep with you. There's no lady that will sleep with you
if she's not
connected to you. But guess what? They pretend that they love you. They pretend that they have put it, they invested so many things into that relationship, but they are lying.
Another angle. I never reasoned I'm angle before.
Yes, they lie. That's why you see they will tell
the truth, yes.
But they lie. So if you know, if you can, you see, I don't have a problem. The ladies who do it for money, it's an understanding, not business. But that's why you see a lot. You never see where single girls they do just to keep married man. So what are you talking about? They do them, and you see the ladies saying that they might. Okay, yes, I know. Say you get husband or you get wife for house. Sorry, I know. Say you get wife for house, but you make it look as if your wife is not performing. That's why you're with me. That's what a lot of men do. They go to these girls, make it look as if my wife, she's always nagging, she's always doing this.
Why bring your wife into it?
But guess
do what you want to do and leave your wife out of it.
Listen, if you're not
But that's
paying,
the excuse that they usually give.
That's the excuse they use. Told me. My wife is good though. She's the mother of my children. But you know, sometimes she doesn't know how to have sex properly. She cannot do 2 rounds.
I wish I had met you before her.
I wish I met you before her. Those are the things they say.
Funny slangs.
Thank you.
Wish I met you before. I mean, you're
and
dating your wife in front of this person.
Then the girl, but they don't
see. I have to do whatever I need to do with that.
But guess what, Tommy? You're being emotional. Let me tell you, for them, my wife is not there.
Okay. Well, I get where you're coming from.
My wife not there, so she doesn't even know. As far as she doesn't know, so what? There are people who make it. There are people who make it very transactional. You know, we're here for the money. You don't disrespect my wife, but you know it's stupid. Why do I say it's stupid? You have already disrespected your wife. Because the girl, you don't need to cause it. The wife don't already know, say, for you to even come here, forget, say, so the girl go tell, so I tell people, I said, see, for every smart girl, when man come meet you, he say, ask one thing. Now, because this men know they meet intelligent girls. If you meet an intelligent girl, you understand? Before you know, she don't color be you. You are caught in between 2 women. Because you are now caught with a woman who is very intelligent, who you have seen valuing. So you are struggling between that woman and your wife. And that's because you have put yourself in a situation that... Exactly. So I see men who make it very transactional now. You know what? This is what it is. You know? And then I have seen men who say it's possible to love 2 women equally.
Is that possible?
Eh?
Is that possible?
You're a guy. Answer me.
But they say a man is polygamous in nature.
By nature.
But guess what? You can't love everybody the same way. It's not possible. I don't think so.
They say you can't. I have people. The men have argued this thing with me to say that.
But it's the men that are arguing.
It's the men that are arguing.
You can love this woman a certain kind of way, and you love this woman a certain kind of way. Yes, you love both of them, but it's not the same way.
Okay. So if you can love 2 women, so is it possible for a woman to love 2 men the same way too?
The way you guys are wired, I don't think so.
Why?
Okay, tell me, can you love two
Why
men?
are you thinking for
Why
us?
are you thinking for
So
us?
that's what I'm asking you now. Can you love two men?
But let me now ask you. Okay, so let me now answer.
Can you answer that question?
No, let me now answer it because I cannot answer for every woman.
Okay.
Now let me answer you. If you have one person, because from what you're saying is okay to you, you're saying you can love two people but in different ways because of what they offer and the value they bring. Yes, that's what you're saying. Now, if I have a husband who is not giving me attention but provides for me and every other thing, and I meet somebody who gives me attention, who is available and all that, I love my husband. Will I not give him the other person who pays me attention? It's only natural for you to begin to have feelings for the person who is there to give you attention. So why are you saying we can't love two at the same time?
No, I don't know.
Good conversation. Yes, you can love. Yes, it's very possible.
I don't think when the matter doesn't start. This will be a topic. This will be a topic. This has to be a topic. Because I have a lot to bring out.
You say you have a lot. When next year on the show, you bring it out. So we don't have time. We need to go.
That's deep. Come on.
You know, we don't have time. We need to go. But this was a very good conversation. And again, today is cancer. Today is Cancer Day.
I love to
everybody who
out
has
there going through
the same, or people who have lost their lives. It's a very emotional for me, but you know.
I got you. Cheers.
You know, so Tommy, it is very possible. You see the things that men say, women have. In fact, women are even worse.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome to TW Conversations, where ladies discuss very burning issues and trash them out. Today, we shall be talking about a controversial topic, the culture of silence. And
Isn't silence induced by culture or the other way around?
Hold that thought. We'll be back.
Okay.
Welcome back to the lounge, TW Conversations. So today we're talking about the culture of silence. And so, ladies, when you hear culture of silence, what comes to your mind?
I was asking, isn't the fact that ladies are silent about a lot of things induced by culture?
Oh,
I
yes,
find
think
it's a bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, culture kind of expects, in fact, this discussion seems like it's going to be a very heated one today. So I think they're growing up, they sort of tell you already that there's a way you should treat some issues and some things you should just never discuss. So obviously you grow up knowing that don't ever talk about it, even if you're dying, maybe.
So culture affects
society
whether you
puts
are
it.
silent about things. So what do you think, Sauda?
Does this have to do with the gender?
More
it's skewed towards the female?
Yes, we have more of it than
That's
men
why
do.
I asked the question, what comes to your mind once the culture of silence is mentioned?
For me, I see it's like etiquette. Because it's not everything you say. And in today's, no, really, it's not everything you say. You know, you have to learn to hold in pain sometimes. But you see, nowadays, everybody wants to talk about everything. We just want to talk, share our business, everything that is happening at home. Someone send you an SMS, you screen grab it and show it to the whole world.
Okay, no, I mean...
Culture, everything we want to share.
Yes. That is not the matter of culture of silence. That is people being talkative and putting everything out there. When we're talking culture of silence, we're talking about people keeping silent about what they should be talking about. Not necessarily pain, but is that what comes to your mind? Pain comes to your mind.
Pain comes to my mind. Then again, as a Muslim, we're supposed to be seen, but not heard. So you're not supposed to, be going all about saying so many things.
So your opinion is dictated and affected by your religion?
Yes, to a large extent, yes.
Good. All right, Chisom.
I also believe culture, in my perception, I think this whole keeping silent reflects on some of the things the society tells us to say and some of the things they think they take for granted. Like, when I was growing up, I was always bullied in school and randomly at home and things like that. Not home, but I mean my community, because of my body size. And even one time I repeated a class and I could not own up to tell like my cousins or people around me that I was repeating a class because that came all the way from primary 4 to secondary school. How are you now repeating a class? So, you're now dumb or something of that sort, and sometimes you walk on the street or people just sexually harass you by even what they say.
That was the word I was thinking I would have heard.
Yes,
talk about the culture of silence. Yes. Everybody is thinking sexual harassment. Sexual harassment.
So we keep quiet about harassment. A father is doing that to a child, and if they know, they are saying, hush, hush, don't let anybody know the father is doing that.
Even the mothers are the ones that actually say, please don't bring shame to our family. Don't tell anybody else so that I can keep my marriage.
Exactly.
Yes, so that nobody knows. The same thing, yes, with abuse of any type.
What all of you are telling me is that the culture of silence is always, underneath it, is some form of pain. Some form of abuse, some negativity,
because if it's
shame.
I mean, if it's something good, everybody would want to share and let everybody know about it.
Because when we're talking about being single, somebody passed a comment that they say don't tell anybody. When you first get engaged, you don't tell anybody, just in case they jinx it. So that it might finish. That if you tell anyone, it will spoil it. Don't tell anybody. Like someone's going to come and put their hand in your stomach and take it away. All those things are strange.
That's not a big deal. Also,
but is it right?
So, but that's not pain.
You can't share your news.
That's not pain.
Yes, so can't you share your good news? I'm getting married.
Okay.
People are bad people. It's not everything you open
about. You see, so it's pretty cultural.
It is. No, but etiquette, I'm saying this etiquette as well, because it's not just the culture of the Africans. It's also, the British and all this. There's just some things.
Stiff upper lip.
Just keep quiet. There's just some things you have to keep quiet about. But you see, I think that if there's going to be good in it, like when we're talking about sexual abuse, I don't think that is something you're going to keep quiet about. But if you're going to talk about it, it's not that you're going to talk about it to the world. Go to where you should go report to the police and do what you need to do. But just don't start chanting,
You bring me to a good question. So why do you think people keep silent when they are being inflicted with pain?
Because it's expected. For instance, I'll give you someone got divorced recently and she went on social media and expressed herself. And some people didn't see that was her own way of coping with her pain. They now said, is it everything that we need to know on social media? And I'm thinking, at that point, she just felt like if everybody knows, maybe she'll feel relieved. Maybe she'll feel relieved from the whole thing. She's been holding it for so long, obviously. So for her to vent, I don't think it's okay for people to dictate to you how you should.
Sometimes, Anne, it's timing.
Okay.
Yes, because I've been divorced for 9 years. I'd never given an interview. So, but the more I shared it with other women that were in abusive relationships came out. So I had calls to counsel and everything. So I was at this program last year in November, and I shared it with how I coped with some women. And a lady just walks up to me and goes, I like the way you're comfortable with sharing this, and it's helping a lot of people. Would you come on my show? I've never, ever talked about in full. So I gave a full interview.
That's
yes.
Because when Anne was talking, I was going to say, this is almost opposite to what Saudat had just said. Saudat had said it depends on who you talk to.
Yes.
It depends on how you talk.
Yes.
And therefore, it is how and the when that matters. And that's the point.
Yes.
And then what you've just said, there's a positivity about it. Something positive is coming out of it. People are learning, and you are healing.
Yes, I'm healing as well.
And healing, but see how long it took you.
Yes, it will. I told a smaller group, and then the group got bigger, and it got bigger, and now it's on YouTube.
But eventually, when it happened,
finally got on social media.
They finally got me.
The first time when you were going through it.
No, it was tough. So
you didn't speak to anybody?
No, not at all. Well, first you were told not to speak to anybody.
That's the culture.
Yes, that's the culture of silence.
Did you have close friends you spoke to?
Anybody to confide in?
At first, nobody at all. Then, of course, they'll tell you in church, don't tell anyone. Then your mother will tell you. I asked my mom one day when she took me to the hospital, I said, Mom, how old were you when you wanted to leave Dad? Because at the time my mom, she said, about your age, but you're not leaving. And you can't tell anybody that you want to go. And I just burst into tears. I started crying because I felt trapped. Because even my mom wouldn't let me say anything.
I like that word, trapped. So, Chisom, when you were being bullied, when you just were being hated, did you feel you had to be silent about it?
Well, I think so. I think yes, because I just felt like nobody really understood me. So even communicating with anybody about it
So it wasn't because somebody told you not to tell people. It was your own.
I mean, everybody's actions already was enough information and vibes to tell me
you didn't think you had support.
Yes, I didn't need to say it out because all the energy around me wasn't even letting me voice out. And it was sort of a good thing because it made me look forward to better days, because I just realized that, you know what, I don't want to be in this position all my life. And I think that's where I started to think about the point where I need to break close, and it has to start with me first.
Very good.
Yes.
Because we've talked about, different people. You said so somebody tells you not to talk about it.
Yes.
So there's suppression. And then you're looking for support. Maybe people just don't even believe you at all.
Yes,
and so there is that problem. And then Chisom has brought up something very strong. How about finding the strength from inside and from self? And we will discuss that when we come back shortly. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be back. You're welcome back to the lounge, where today we're discussing the issue of the culture of silence. And we've covered the basis, the reasons for silence, the pain people feel, and why they keep silent, whether they've been instructed or because they've decided by themselves. And I say people. The reason I say people is My next question is the culture of silence only with women?
I don't think it's gender specific. Because I think men are also...
I think men are actually more silent. But the things they're silent on are...
Ego.
Yes, it's about their egos.
Ego-driven, so-
Men don't like to be vulnerable. So for you to get a man, even your husband, to tell you anything, the office burns down, he'll just come home. Are you okay? I'm fine. Then somebody will call you, I heard that your husband's office burnt down. Honey, why didn't you tell me? What would you have been able to do anyway?
I'm telling you, what value?
So if we're saying, from what I'm hearing, the reason why men are silent could be different from the reason why women are silent. Okay, I see everybody is just saying that in a chorus. So what's the difference?
The men suppress empathy. That is how we have, what would I say, what word am I going to use? Those are the been raised.
We are looking for
Don't cry. Don't show vulnerability.
We're talking about single, we're trying to get a single father to come talk with us about it. It just seemed like men stigma. So I'll not be saying that I'm single. No. So we couldn't get a man that was single and proud.
Say I'm a single dad.
I'm proud to be. And there are men that are doing this. Yeah, there are men that are
Yes.
doing this successfully.
Yes.
But they just won't, share that experience.
So men don't look for empathy, number one. Have the issue of power. Could it be possible that somebody is silent and using it as power?
Yes.
Well,
in the workplace, it's typical. I wanted to ask. I know that people in the corporate world say there's a glass ceiling when it comes to women advancing. So sometimes I understand it, sometimes I don't. How do you know there's a glass ceiling? How do you when you get to enough to push it? Do they tell you to stop? Do the men tell you to stop?
So are you talking to the issue of men being silent as power? Because
well, yes, there's an unspoken. Women seem to know where to stop when it comes to politics.
They don't know. I don't know that.
You don't have a woman vying for governor, president.
I don't think women know where to stop. They stop where they're forced to stop.
Who does that forcing? Yes, what says to them that this is the boundary? Who tells them that?
What happens is that they tell you that. See, people tell you. Some children don't know boundaries and they keep going, especially if they have a good role model, their father, and he's pushing them, and the woman is just going. But if you find out the average woman, she knows that there's a particular position that no matter what she does, she would not get, especially maybe because there are no role models there. She doesn't know a woman that has been in that place. So you see a number of women that are going, that are leaders, are in leadership positions. It's probably because their father pushed them. Their husband pushed them. So they have some sort of support that is not allowing them to be silent about stuff. Some women are very, in those days we had warriors.
Are you ascribing silence to the reason why women cannot go past the glass ceiling?
Sometimes it's not men that even actually do it. Yes. I worked in an organization.
Silence as in not saying their mind.
Another woman.
Or expressing
yes, it could
what
be
they
another
want.
woman that's your boss that will say, I don't want this small girl to challenge me in this position. You may be smarter than her, twice as fast. And she'll just decide, I'm going to keep you on a certain level. You cheeky little sod. I've been here 24 years. You come here in 4 years and you think you're all that.
And you reckon the reason she's able to do it is because you're silent?
Yes, because if you
in
speak
that
out,
case,
you might get away with
what would you have
forward.
been doing?
I find it very interesting when people say stuff like they work in offices where, okay, let's say you hear that they're going to sack some people, and then you can walk up to your boss and say, I hear that they're going to let off people in this department. Is my name on the list?
How can you say
I find it, people do that.
You just said that.
You
How
see,
can you say that?
that's the
You
thing.
can say that.
I mean, how can you say that?
to know if my name's
I
on
don't
the
know.
list.
Now we've gotten to the point about the difference between the genders when it comes to silence or using your voice to get what you want. A man will not be shy to find out. He sees it as a survival thing.
Yes, let me know what I have to deal with.
I mean,
so
I'm
that I can
here
compare.
as an asset in this office. I need to know what my standing. I need to know. So let me know if I'm applying for another job. So why can't I ask?
But there's just some things I just feel you shouldn't. I don't know.
Maybe you're just conservative. Might that be? Yes.
A lady shouldn't be so forward.
I don't know if you're sacking me when I'm going to be hungry and living under the bridge.
You know what?
Nobody in there telling me that
she is saying what women do, actually.
Which is
A
true.
lot of
Yes,
women
yes.
would not
Think about
say
it,
it
yes.
the way she's saying it, but in action,
That's what they would
they
do.
are silent. That's what they would do. They would sit, it's almost like sitting like a lame duck. they're going to sack you.
You know,
You are going to wait until that sack letter
I
comes.
had a run-in with a chairperson on a board I was executive secretary on, and she said to me,
run-in.
Don't come up against me because I will take you down. And I said to her, you didn't have the right to and you couldn't. So when she left my office, my secretary came, Auntie, please, she's very big and powerful. She can really actually. So I said, no problem, I'm going to handle this. I said, I'd rather resign than be forced to do what she was asking me to do. So I just called 3 members of the board. I needed a quorum. And I said, this was the situation, and I would resign. I would rather do that than, and they said, okay, we'll call an emergency board meeting and we'll support your resignation. Okay. I didn't have to challenge her. I didn't want to do that whole, it was just too messy.
So they sort of agreed.
Yes, that she's actually quite...
So Dion, you're probably one of the ones that, you know, are spoken enough.
Yes.
Can I move this conversation to the current rave? The Me Too movement.
Because that is exactly what she has done. She
Because-
lost her position.
Yeah, because the Me Too movement is the sexual harassment issue, big sexual harassment issue at the moment. What do you think about the Me Too movement?
Well, what happened to her is Me Too movement? She lost her own position.
Yes.
Because she's not supposed to challenge somebody else. And this is what has happened. If you notice the Me Too movement, everybody, what they are talking about are things that have happened years ago.
Yes.
And the reason, and they all lost fame, fortune, and so many things happened to them because they challenged. They were not supposed to speak up and challenge who they're not supposed to challenge.
Well, it's almost the opposite. My
In those
opinion.
days.
No, my opinion about the Me Too is silent for a season and then no longer silent. So they did not lose by it.
Yes, but
they did not lose by
But
it.
they were silent then.
And then you're wondering why they
Why were they silent? And that was
It goes back to that thing about timing. Maybe in that time, it wouldn't have had the same strength it's gathering now.
Maybe there's strength in numbers.
Yes, so maybe there's strength in numbers because timing is very, very key. We said that earlier.
I would love
Yes.
to share a story.
Okay.
So when I was younger, in my secondary school, we used to have low cuts. So I had to go to the barber salon to always cut my hair every 2 weeks. And I remember one period, I would go there and the barber would touch my boobs. And he would say, what? And he would say, you're the small girl that I knew. Yes, and he would say, you're the small girl I knew when you were very little and now you're in secondary school. And I would come back and not say anything to my parents. Oh my God, I feel like my mom's going to kill me when she watches this. But, you know, I would come back and not say anything to them. And that was because I was scared at what he could possibly do, or scared at what my parents could also possibly do to him. And it would still be chiseled for, yes, you know, and all. But now I just come out and I say...
Going back there, or did you try to stop
Yes,
going?
for some period of, like, for some point I had to. And my mom had already, like, paid in advance. So all I had to do was just come and cut my hair, you know. And I think I saw him like a few years ago, like 2 years ago or something. And he saw me and he was just staring at me. And I said, and I looked at him and I said, just look at all this. I said, just look at all this, you know?
Yes. She was protecting. That's what happens to domestic violence. Some of us, it's not because somebody has told you to keep quiet, but because you are kind of still thinking of that person. First of all, will they believe me? Second of all, they might actually do something, they might kill him. So you're actually sacrificing self.
You touched on a very important point. Will they believe me?
Yeah.
It's the reason many people are quiet. Yes, many people are molested, don't talk about it because they're not sure they'll be believed. So
there's the case in court now, the Koyi girls that were molested on the street. It was a friend of mine, she came out of her office and she saw boys from the Obalende Grammar School or something trying to cut the underwear of girls on the street. So she put it on social media straight away. It's in court at the moment. So, and at first the girls wouldn't talk. Their parents were afraid that it would backfire. The Commissioner for Education in Lagos State got in on it the next day. But at the point, the thing dried up in court because they wouldn't talk. They were terrified that the backlash would be too much. But now it's actually going to trial.
Even the Me Too movement is the fear of backlash. In terms of career, they were afraid that they would not get those roles in film and things. And they would be, do you know, society also can come against you because you talk,
Yes.
and then everybody is afraid to
want to
deal with you.
Do you know there are some people that actually say things like, what were you doing there? They try to question what you're saying. What were you wearing? You must have provoked the man. It must have been something you did or said. Or why were you in his house?
Some people are like, well, she shouldn't have been showing cleavage anyway. It will make men want to touch her. Why can't he learn self-control?
Exactly.
What is
Look at last party, or what do you call it, this show that one of these artists did,
Okay, yes, the
and
one
the
that they
rapes
said,
that happened
yes,
in Imo, or where did they, or
in
Warri, or
the
somewhere,
East, in the
and in the
East.
East,
They
in
said the
Southeast,
girls were
and they
properly
raped a number of
dressed.
girls there in the show.
Come on.
I know the question was, you two, what are you doing at a
show, wearing a short
that kind of
skirt?
show?
Okay, what do you think is the role of police in all of this?
Our
Law
police
enforcement.
here,
First and foremost.
I just want, I want, what do you think is the, because we're talking about not being believed, and then you're
Well,
meant to be
there's
protected
lines.
by the police, and
They have, MPF have lines that you call.
Yes.
They have WhatsApp group, whatever, that you call if you're in danger. But you see, sometimes when you go, some of them have welfare centers in Lagos, family welfare units, but they're untrained. So they have something that's called a special constable. I have a friend that has a Child Dignity Foundation. She's a special constable. She can make arrests.
Okay.
But she understands those things, the welfare position. So she can go in and make a citizen's arrest and then follow it up in the police station. But most police people don't understand. You come, your husband beat you, and sorry, madam, it's a domestic, go home now. Why are you reporting your husband? What's wrong with
by
you?
the way,
Something not
that's
private.
not, by the way,
has
that's
something
not just in Nigeria. Domestic abuse is generally not taken seriously by police worldwide.
No.
Even in the
they prosecute on your behalf now. It's no longer like that.
That's just now.
Yes.
But for a long time,
it wasn't taken seriously.
No,
yes.
even before you get to the point where they take action, the first reaction is, madam, what did you do? Can we just talk to both of you and settle it? So is it a gender issue whereby the opposite, are they protecting?
No, well, women are beating men now, so you can't say that.
Because if I know, for instance, that if I do that to my husband, I'm going to get away with it, then a lot of women have probably started to take that as a leverage. So maybe it's good. It's probably safe to say, let's investigate. Let's see that it's not like the first time they called, they've broken your head and they're saying, let's investigate. And that's
so you believe the mindset is changing?
I think it's
especially with how about parents? Do you think parents are now up to it to ensure that their children, I want to say their children, not just their daughters, would speak up if they're in the case of an abuse? For example, the kind of examples Chisom has given, it could be boys, it could be girls. So what do you think parents ought to be doing to ensure that this culture of silence is not continued, perpetuated?
I think that a parent should make your child, it's your duty to make your child comfortable enough to be able to have some sort of discussions. Because sometimes, I know growing up, we didn't quite call our sex organs the real names. And I know that it's important for a child to feel comfortable enough to say, this is what it is and this is what was touched, without thinking that, what were you doing with uncle or whatever. People, it's confidence, really. I think that if my child is comfortable enough with me, then even if they didn't know how exactly to say it, they can insinuate it, and I'm sensitive enough to
And if the
play.
perpetrators know that somebody would believe this child and do something, they probably will not do what they're doing.
Exactly.
So, finishing thoughts, I want to let us talk about the workplace some more. Because the culture of silence in the workplace is not just sexual harassment. You touched on it. Why do you imagine that in the workplace there's that culture of silence, whether with men or women? Power.
Yeah, you can't take us further, especially in a country like Nigeria right now. We need to empower the right minds to govern us from the top. So even I'm not about female, male, whatever. We're empowering some wrong people, and that we're sending the wrong message to people who may actually be able to do the job. So they say, well, for me to get there, I have to behave like that person. I have to grab the power.
Because I see that even within men in the workplace, there is a culture of silence. They know their bosses are doing things wrong, and they don't stop.
They know jobs. They know jobs. When I talk, I lose my
Economic
job.
That's topic for another day. Economic hardship. But before we go,
because that is
I was going to say, can you just say your last thoughts about,
my last
especially
thoughts.
because you talked about you know, abuse.
Yeah.
So what do you think your generation needs?
I think my
to break this
generation
culture?
needs to find their inner self and be able to speak the truths, the absolute truths, and stop trying to behave or want to be like other people just so you are part of it. And I know it's okay because we're trying to be vain and dramatic and be so expressive and extra, but come on, guys. Like, come on, guys, you know, like do the right thing and just be the truth.
Thank you, Sadat. You were talking.
Well, for me, yes, the whistleblower, I think, came about because of the culture of silence. So it's not about you being the amebo. You know, it's just about us saying the right thing. Are you sure of what you have seen? Are you sure that whatever you're going to say is going to help make change? I think that should guide us in whatever we're saying.
Despite your religion, that if what you're going to sound out about is going to help make change, go for it.
Go for it, yes.
Dion.
Oh, simple and short. I'd like to whistleblow. Any ideas about anything like that? I kind of like the cash at the end of that tunnel. So I will be very silent about things that as long as there's something attached to it.
That's good.
I'll speak for women, maybe from the family angle and marriage. I'll say that whatever it is you're going through, find somebody to express yourself, because your sanity at the end of the day, no matter how much you're tolerating whatever the man is doing to you, if you're crazy, he's not going to want you either. So please find somebody, if you can't say it all out, find someone to express yourself, and please speak up before you die or before it gets too late.
Thank you very much, Anne. That was well said. So thank you for joining us today on TW Conversation. And we hope that our conversation in the lounge today will help somebody speak up when they have a reason to, and to also help encourage people to not suppress that voice, to look out for signs that people might actually be suffering and need to speak up and not suppress it. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Very good morning to you, and thank you for deciding to have the breakfast with us this morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. On the program today, we'll be looking at two hot topics, as usual. House of Reps advances Tinubu's controversial tax bill will be our first topic of discussion, and we'll also be looking at another hot topic, doctor arrested for treating bandit leader orders. We also are going to have top trending issues, which are also headlines. In the past 24 hours, some headlines that caught our attention. We'll be discussing that here on the show, and then we'll also discuss the headlines that made it to the front pages of our national dailies today, this morning. We're going to be looking at about 4 major newspapers in Nigeria to see what the headlines are. In the meantime, we'll just take a breather and look at the quote for today, and then return to finish the program. Stay with us. A quote this morning is from Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple Incorporated. And the quote is, "The only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking, don't settle." The only way to do a great job is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking, don't settle. Now that tells you that there are some jobs that not necessarily will be the most paying jobs, but it will be the most paying if you are satisfied doing it. In times of adversity and all, you can survive it because you love what you do. Most people that have found out what they really love to do use other things that they don't love to do to fund what they love to do that may not necessarily be giving them the financial muscle that they need to survive in our world today. So find that thing. If it is also something that gives you money, it feeds you and all other things, then you are lucky, because doing what you love to do makes you give in your best. And if you give in your best, your work will be great. Your work will be pronounced. Everybody would know that you do it with all your heart, or like we say in Nigeria, you do it with your full chest. Like you do not care whatever else, so long as it gives you that satisfaction, it makes you happy. And sometimes as you grow older, you find out that money doesn't solve every problem. You'll just be looking for peace of mind above everything else. And so you settle for what others will be seeing and thinking that you have settled for less. But actually, you've settled for the most, because it gives you satisfaction, it gives you joy. You will even live longer, and you'll be more dedicated doing what you love. It's just like the people who love to play football, and you are good at it as well. You're lucky, because you're not only enjoying yourself, you're also being paid to enjoy yourself. And there are other professions like that. I'm not saying that because the money is there, that's why you have to put your head into that. There was a footballer who was very well paid. He played for some of the top clubs in Europe. And then he decided to resign at his prime. And guess what? He went into priesthood. He said that was what gave him satisfaction. Now, if his priesthood were able to give him the opportunity to still play football and be a priest, then maybe he could have combined that, but knowing that he has something that really gives him satisfaction. But since that is not even possible, so he decided to stay in the priesthood and minister to the people, talk to the souls of the people rather than the fancies or the fantasies of people. So there are people like that, people who do things because they love doing those things. So if you find out what you love, please hold on to it and continue to do it. And you could also try to make that thing that you love be the thing that also sustains you. And if you can do that, it's a double winner for you. But if you cannot do that, maybe you like writing and people don't buy the kind of books that you buy, well, you work somewhere else, but knowing that when you get that money there, you're going to publish a book, you're going to buy the tools that you need to write the books and all that. I'm just giving you an instance, but there are things that in your life, everybody has something that they really love to do, something good that they really love to do. The world might not see it as something that you should love, but it is you that was built the way you were built, and giving the emotions that you were given, and having the spirit that God gave to you, and you chose to love a particular thing. Do it with your full chest. It brings you a lot of satisfaction, and that is what, at the end of the day, you really, really need. Love what you do. Be passionate about what you do. Love what you love. Do what you love, and be passionate about what you love doing. And if you can translate that to money and other benefits, fine. But if you cannot, do not leave it just because you want to be able to provide for yourself and do other things. Do the things that give you the financial muscle, like I said earlier on, but hold on to what gives you satisfaction. You can use that. The satisfaction is the greatest salary that you can ever pay yourself. Okay, that's that about the quote. We'll go to the top trending issues right now, and we'll try to be as snappy as possible. Nationwide blackout as Nigerian power grid collapses again. That is what the first top trending issue is. The Nigerian national grid collapsed again on Wednesday, February 12, 2025, plunging many parts of the country into darkness. Reports indicate that the grid lost power generation shortly after 11 a.m., with generation levels dropping from 4,064 megawatts at 11 a.m. to a complete outage of 0 megawatts by 1 p.m. Sources from power generation companies confirmed the general disturbance caused by a trip-off leading to the shutdown of most power plants. This marks the first grid collapse of 2025 after a similar incident in January. Efforts to reach Ndidimba, spokesperson for the Transmission Company of Nigeria, for comments were unsuccessful. The Abuja Electricity Distribution Company later confirmed the incident on its official social media platform. Nigeria has faced persistent grid issues, with the system collapsing over 100 times in the past decade, including 12 occurrences in 2024. That means there was an average of 1 collapse per month. The latest collapse highlights ongoing challenges within Nigeria's power sector, leaving millions without electricity and raising concerns about resilience of the national grid. As the nation grapples with this crisis, calls for systemic reforms and better infrastructure investments continue to grow. We've heard talk about the reform in the electricity sector, and that we need billions and billions. Was it $16 billion to reform that place, or to put everything in place and make sure that we have 24-hour power supply? But I don't know if the Nigerian people or the stakeholders calculate the amount of losses that we incur as individuals if power goes out without any warning. If our infrastructure is not strong enough, it's not good enough, maybe, as a layman, let me just say, maybe there are things that can be put in place to indicate that there's a possible collapse that is going to happen. We're not saying it should never collapse. If it must collapse, let us be on the know, to know that maybe tomorrow we will have a blackout, maybe next week we'll have a blackout, maybe in the next 2 hours we'll have a blackout. If that kind of information, as it happens in other places, okay, there's going to be a problem or there is a problem, we might shut down for 2 hours, for 2 days, for 10 days, for even 1 year. Let us know. If there's a way that we can know that these things will happen, then we'll know that, okay, we need a backup plan. If we have a generator, we'll need to go out to get fuel and all that. There was a time last week or 2 weeks ago where it happened here in Lagos. Some parts of Lagos did not have electricity for days. And they were a little bit used to steady power supply because, of course, they are on the Band A network. You know, that segregation has come to Nigeria now to stay. So they were on the Band A, and they were used to, you know, fairly steady power supply. So when that went off, when power went off, and they were like, okay, it might come back on next hour or next day or something, and it didn't come back for days, the kind of losses for individuals, I'm not even talking about businesses. Lagos is a very, very busy place. So when you have 1 day to yourself, what you want to do is you want to, if you cook for yourself or for your family, what you want to do is you want to cook everything that you will need for that week and then store those things in the refrigerator, knowing that they won't go bad. Anytime you need it, you just go remove them and then you're good to go. But when this light went off, in fact, I have some of my colleagues that were affected as well. You have a fridge full or a freezer full of food that you have spent a lot of money, which is hard to come by these days, to cook. And then all of those things just go bad. You have vegetables in your freezer, they go bad. You have fruits in your freezer, they go bad. And some of these people, when they leave home maybe for a day or two, knowing that to be going to the office to and fro every day is very, very expensive. So you say, okay, let me decide. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sleep in the office for 2 days, and then I'll go back home, stay another 2 days, work remotely or something, and then come back to work. And then you just go and find out that the entire house is stinking because everything in your refrigerator has gone bad. Then that is for the individuals. Imagine the businesses that did not expect it. Some of these people are so used to the steady supply that even though they are running a cold room, they do not even think about their generator anymore. When last did they service their generators, they are so sure that there will be power all the time. And then you take power off, it doesn't come 1 day after, 2 days after, 3 days after, and then everything in the cold room goes bad. Imagine the kind of millions that will be lost. So I don't know if these small things are factored into whenever they're taking decisions about energy in this country. I don't know whether the small problems and the big problems are also considered when they're thinking about power. But bottom line is we need steady power supply, and not just for band A, band B and all that. We need steady power supply for every Nigerian. And I thought that's why we had meters, so that if you cannot afford it, you don't use it. If you can afford it, then you use it. So it doesn't matter what caliber of person you are, what grade you are, because now it's as if Nigerians are in grade. It doesn't matter what grade you are. If you can afford it, you use it. If you cannot afford it, then you light your lanterns and everything else that can give you electricity in your house, that can give you light in your house. As simple as that. But now everybody's been put in his place, so to speak, and we still don't have enough electricity. For a country of 200 million plus, we cannot generate even up to 10,000 megawatts of electricity in this country. It's a shame. It's a big shame. Last year, on the average, 1 collapse per month is unheard of. But something should be done about it, and something really truly should be done about it. Not all the monies that have been said on the media and everywhere else, this is what we need. And there are simple solutions that can serve as the lowest hanging fruits. Pluck those, let's enjoy them, and then you continue to do the rehabilitation that we need in the power sector. Okay, NANS condemns students' assault on UNIZIK lecturer, calls for investigation. We saw that story on the social media where the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS now, has condemned the reported assault of a lecturer by a student of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, UNIZIK, over TikTok recording. In a statement from Ibadan, NANS Senate President Babatunde Akinteye emphasized the importance of discipline, respect for authority, and adherence to institutional rules within academic environments. He stated that such acts of violence are unacceptable and do not align with the values of the Nigerian student community. Akinteye reiterated that while NANS advocates for students' rights and academic freedom, it equally upholds respect for authority and institutional laws. He criticized the students' actions as embarrassing and irresponsible, highlighting that self-expression, including social media use, must be carried out with respect for others. He also reaffirmed NANS' commitment to promoting a conducive learning environment while condemning misconduct in all forms, calling for a thorough and impartial investigation. Akinteye urged UNIZIK management to ensure due process in addressing the incident. He stressed that if the student is found guilty, appropriate sanctions should be applied to deter future occurrences. Akinteye further emphasized the need to preserve academic institutions as spaces for mutual respect, learning, and professionalism, asserting that NANS would not support any behavior that tarnishes the academic community's reputation. Well, I saw that video as well, and I've seen the response of the woman and that of the man. I'm calling her a woman, that's not a child there. I saw when the lecturer sought the excuse of the woman, just asked her to get out of the way that he was going to pass. She was doing a personal TikTok video on the corridor of the school, and the lecturer needed to pass that way. Whatever happened after that, I do not know, but I did see that the lecturer told her simply, "Excuse me," and then he passed. And the woman was so shocked that someone had the audacity to tell her to excuse him, especially because he touched her. I was like, can you imagine? Like, this someone who is not worthy just touched me, that I should give way. Like, I have my right to stand here and all that. I'm not trying to judge, but I don't know where we draw the line between this TikToking and everything, in which place we are going to draw the line and say, okay, if you need to do this, this is how you do it. I don't know. Media content creation has become a craze that people do things that are really, really crazy just to get the content that they need to get. That's the school environment. That is a corridor. People need to pass there. You don't have privacy to that place. You don't have a right to be. That's my personal opinion. But I've seen, especially the women that have come for the man, and because the woman said the man wanted to touch her breasts and other sensitive parts, so she was just trying to cover her modesty and all that. It's a story we hear all the time when something happens. He asked me out, and I said no, and he did this and that. Sometimes it's blackmail. The bottom line is, that's a school environment. That was a lecturer, and we hear that he's also a lecturer in the department where the woman is. I don't know how true that is, but if you are a student and in that department and you don't even know your lecturer, I wonder how you've been passing your courses, and you are now in the 3rd year. So bottom line is, respect the academic environment, respect the environment that is a public environment, and know that when you're doing your personal thing, you may be even encroaching on the space of another person. Nobody can just give you space because you are doing TikTok video. That's what I think. So let's try to regulate how the kind of freedom that you have because you're a content creator, the kind of things that you do because you're a content creator. I wonder how many people have died of a heart attack because of the kind of pranks that content creators do. I wonder how many people have gone scot-free because they made it look like a prank when they were actually doing something, committing a crime and all that. So I think it's becoming a matter of concern, and something should be done about it. Let the investigations go on. If all the accusations that the girl leveled against the man were true, and the man wanted to violate the woman, he should also face his own music. But also, the woman is not innocent from the video that we watched. She too, according to what she did, should face her music. For whoever is guilty should face the music according to what they did in that thing. But it is good to respect another person's space, especially when it is a public space that you are using to do your personal things. And Sanwo-Olu cancels remote work for Lagos workers effective April 1. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu announced the cancellation of work from home policy for civil servants effective March 31. The directive outlined a circular issued on February 11 by the head of service, Bode Agore, and mandates all public servants to resume full Monday to Friday office schedule. Okay, it's a good thing if it was affecting the work of the civil servants. But if it was not affecting the work of the civil servants, what is so wrong about working from home if you can actually do it? Why do we need to always bring people together for things that we can do from remote locations? If they were working from home remotely and the work was not affected, why not let them be? The economic situation is not smiling at anybody now. Nobody gets salary and can still use that salary and say, okay, I'm a well-paid person, no matter how much you're earning. You go to the market, so many people, their salaries don't go home with them as it is. Take-home salary is no longer take-home because it doesn't take you home. You're just working for the government and working for your landlord and working for the market women, and that's the end of it. Nothing to yourself, nothing for yourself. So I'd like the Lagos State government, not just because you want people to be at work. If it was not affecting the work at all, let those who essentially must be at the office be at the office, and let the people who can work remotely work remotely. That's my take. It's not just that, okay, now things have settled, you can come back to work and all that. Was it affecting the work? If it was not, please allow them to continue working remotely. But if it was affecting the work, let them all come back. But think about how much you're paying them, how much after they remove the transportation that they're coming to. And most times when you come to work and the feeding that you feed at work is more than the one you are going to feed at home, because the money you're going to use to buy a plate of food at work will cook you a pot of soup at home in some cases. So think about it, Lagos State, and maybe just reduce the days that they are supposed to stay at home and let some, breather for them. Let them enjoy that sometimes. And the final one, top trending, is that a 13-year-old or so was arrested for the murder, the kidnap and murder of another child somewhere up north. And this worried me so much. I wanted us to talk about it, even if we just talk about it very briefly, that how can a 13-year-old be part of a gang that will kidnap somebody and murder that person? 13-year-old boy arrested over kidnapping and murder of 10-year-old in Plateau State. And short and simple of the matter is that this Almajiri system, not only at Almajiri, the out-of-school children that we're allowing to roam the streets will come back to hunt us. In fact, it is hunting us right now. 13-year-old, whatever it is, he had connection with the kidnappers. Maybe he was tipped a little amount of money, and whatever the case may be. But the fact that he had the relationship with the kidnappers and facilitated that kidnap, and then eventual murder of a 10-year-old, it tells you a lot of things. So the government should be deliberate about education policy and employment policy so that people go to school, they get employment in some way, not necessarily white-collar jobs and all that, but they have an opportunity to do business, because these children that are roaming the streets will not have any alternative than to go into crime. At least 90% of them will go into crime, and that is the market where the kidnappers and the bandits go to recruit. That is the market. So something should be done about it. Otherwise, no matter what we think we are doing, it will not have any impact on our economy. We will still have the security problems. And I used to say, if you are a rich man, the only rich man in your community, and you don't want dust to enter your compound, you have to tar the roads of the entire community. Otherwise, tar your compound as you want, do whatever you want to do in your compound as you want. So long as there's still dust outside, it will enter your house, no matter how high your gate is. So you better make sure that everybody else is having equal opportunities. If you have more opportunities, that is fine. But if we have the equal opportunities to go to school and to get employed or to get a business, then we will not be talking about budgeting more money for security when we can solve these problems from the root. That's my take on that. Please take out children from the streets and put them in schools, and things, every other thing, like the scripture says, will be added onto you. That'll be all for top trending issues. We'll pause very briefly, and when we return, we'll be looking at the headlines that made it to the front pages this morning. Thanks for staying with us. And unfortunately, we're experiencing some difficulty in our network. We're supposed to be joined by Mr. Shola Omolayo, Public Affairs Analyst, and we're hoping that the network will be better for him to be able to talk with us. In the meantime, we're going to take just the headlines that made it to the front pages now. We'll read them out. As soon as the network is better or it improves, we're going to bring Shola to address some of the issues that we can, given the time that we may have at that point. We start with the Tribune newspaper. Local government poll, how Osun APC lost at the Court of Appeal, is a story there on the Tribune newspaper and it starts on page 1, continues on page 4 and 5. You may want to read that. But the screaming headline there is Tax Reform Bill Survive in Reps Scale Second Reading. Lawmakers back NGF's position on VAT sharing formula, that is 50% equity, 20% population, 30% derivation. Call for stiff penalties for tax evaders, erring public funds managers. Kick against issuance of exemption order to boost revenue generation. Back existence of TETFON and Naseni NITDA as well. Okay, all these about tax reform on the Tribune newspaper. We also have it on the Punch newspaper. Reps divided as bill scale first reading. That's on tax reforms. We have it on the Guardian newspaper as well. Tax reform bills advance amid pushback in phasing out key agencies. We also have it on the Nation newspaper. House substance stands on tax reform bills. So all the newspapers have that on tax reforms. You might want to read them. PDP National Working Committee confirms Ude Okoye as National Secretary, transmits name to INEC. That's on page 2 of the Tribune newspaper. We're still on the Tribune newspaper. We've not moved to another one, even though we'll also have a report on PDP on other newspapers. But we're still on the Tribune newspaper. Senate scraps special fund account for Regional Development Commission's NYSC. It's also a story there. You can read that up on the Tribune page 24. IBDC reconnects UCH. That's on page 16. That's a very good news. UCH, the University College Hospital, finally, after about 100 days or so, has been reconnected to power. So I wonder how many people have lost their lives. I wonder what the management and staff and patients have gone through in up to almost 4 months now that they haven't been light in that UCH. Even at some point, the students had to protest the absence of power in that place. Catholic bishops denounced resurgence of herdsmen attack in Southwest, tasked governors on security. Herdsmen still in the Southwest and anywhere else in Nigeria in the 21st century is very worrisome that we cannot be talking about ranching. And when we're talking about ranching, I hope the government will not make it compulsory that every state must have a ranch. If that state doesn't want a ranch, do not force them to have a ranch. If they have a ranch, let it be managed by people who are from that place. Let it be owned by people who are from that state. What I'm saying, why I'm saying this is that we've seen situations where people come from other places, settle at a particular place. Let's take the biblical case, for instance, where Israel went to Egypt, settled in Egypt, multiplied more than even the inhabitants, and it needed to come to a time where the Pharaoh said, you know what, we have to let these people go and let them go back to their country. They are procreating more than us, and they are growing very powerful and all that. In some cases, we've seen where the stranger elements sack the owners of the land, the indigents of that land. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if the inhabitants of a particular state think differently about having a ranch that will be owned by people who will come from somewhere else and settle in that place, and over the years begin to claim ownership, even now that they are not given that opportunity to have that exclusive right to stay in a particular place, we know what has been happening. Take, for instance, what happened in Ebonyi very recently, and what is happening in the Southwest now, and so many other places in our country. I'm not condemning a tribe, but I'm saying that whatever the people of a particular state feel about a ranch coming to their state and how you go about it, respect it, whether federal government or no. If we have Ministry of Livestock, and the Ministry of Livestock, all they want to do is establish ranches everywhere in our country and make the people who are headers right now to own these ranches and live in that place. We are never sure of what can come out of that. I'm just contributing my 10 kobo to this issue. Let the people of that community be trained to either embrace that kind of farming, because herding livestock is also a sort of farming, so there's no issue of herders, farmers clashes. They are both farmers with different things that they are farming. So let the people in that place have the orientation. Let the extension officers show them what to do, show them the advantages of this, and see if they want to embrace it. If they want to embrace it. If they want to, then fine, let them go ahead and do that. But I am, as a person, nobody sent me to talk this one. No. That's what we say in Nigeria. But as a person, what I'm saying is that we've seen so many cases where people settle. After a few, maybe decades, they begin to feel like it belongs to them, that place belongs to them, and before you know what is happening, there are wars here and there, and it becomes a matter of who is more brave, who is more populated, nobody considers whether the people who were there were 100 people and they actually owned the land and all that. These are things that people are genuinely afraid of when you talk about ranching or cattle routes or something that we've been talking about, the Ruga that came up in the Buhari administration and all that. Respect the feelings of the people about ranching and about heading or bringing cattle to their land or many other things. We can rear all the cattle that we need in the north, for instance, and we will have our rice production and wheat production in the south if that is possible. And what do the cattle eat when they are in the ranch? Maybe it will be the husk from the rice or something. I don't know how that works, but the south can supply the north, and the north can also supply the south. South can supply the hay to the north, and the north can supply the meat to the south. It can work that way. So I'm just saying, let's be careful about what is happening. Right now, the Catholic bishops are against what is happening. Herders also there's a resurgence of herders attack in the southwest, and the governors are tasked to be security conscious and do more. Then okay, we move to another newspaper. We will be swift about that. The Punch newspaper, tariff hike, Labour subscribers plan telcos shut down March 1. I don't know how that will work, because even when you say that we should boycott everything that the telcos are doing, a lot of people will say, oh, their work will suffer, their businesses will suffer, and so many other things. But let us make our intentions known, that we are not happy about this. And I particularly am not happy that the National Assembly is only now coming to say, okay, reverse all the tariffs that you have set at this time that the tariffs have already gone up. I thought that when this idea was mulled, the NCC and every other stakeholder could have been brought to a table and they discuss, what is it that you're really facing? Is it something that government can help so that you don't raise these tariffs? But nothing like that was said. Now the tariffs have been raised, and then you're asking them to reverse them. Even if on paper they say they're reversing them, try buying a gigabyte of data and see how far that can take you. Even if you're buying it for 10 naira, let's see if it's going to take you for 15 minutes. They know how to systematically do what they want to do. So I think our people should protect us more. Consumer protection and all that should be up and running and doing their work. Federal government may ban trucks as tanker fire claims 493. It's almost a daily occurrence now that tankers will explode. And then sometimes, even if the tankers themselves do not explode, they fall, they have an accident, and the fuel is leaking from the tanker. Everybody wants to go and scoop the fuel, even after knowing how dangerous this could be. A lot of people die in the process, and people do not learn. I'm not sure this is a factor of poverty. It is not poverty. Sometimes some of these people that go to scoop this fuel are people who are well-to-do. They have their houses, they have cars, they want cheap fuel or fuel for free. They want to go and scoop. These people may not necessarily be the poor people that want to go and scoop this fuel to come and sell. So it is not a product of poverty. Sometimes it's mostly a product of greed, and then you needlessly lose your lives. So maybe there should be more orientation to the people and help us change the psyche of the people. Abia PDP chapter defies National Working Committee order. Otom Anyanwu face panel March 4. That's also there. Then APC hires private firm for membership e-registration. Hoodlums in court for abducting policemen in Ondo. And then reps summon customs CG over officers' retirement. Remember that they say people are due for retirement, but they have refused to go. I don't know a system where you are due for retirement and you refuse to go, and you're still being paid, and everything is still being processed for you. People are above the law in this country. It's unfortunate. We move to the Guardian newspaper. Importers divert cargo to Togo, others to evade tariff hike. See, sometimes you want to make some money, or you want to make money, yes, and then you find out that you're losing more than making the money. Tariff hike in Nigeria, they said that after 32 years, according to them, this is the first time they're going to hike some aspects of this, and then people are now diverting. And in fact, all the charges that are experienced at the ports make people want to go to Cotonou instead of coming to the Nigerian ports, make people want to go to Togo and other places to avoid these taxes. If they are overtaxed and they go to other countries and pay this small tax to them, these countries will make more money than us, and then will encourage more smuggling, because people need to make a living, and they want to come, and they find out that when they pay the taxes at the ports, they bring the goods into the country, they might not even sell them because the prices will be so high that the people will not want to buy. Some people will want to cut corners. So sometimes we make policies, and those policies are tools that we put in the hands of people to turn them into criminals. So reconsider and see what we can do. The ease of doing business starts from the entry point of these goods that we want to bring into the country or want to take out of the country. Sometimes that's where it starts. And so let's look into that and see whether we're losing more money by increasing the tariff or gaining more money. Let's see what happens. Now, there are others that I would like to rush through. Edo Election Tribunal, PDP alleges conflicting testimonies, APC to present 28 witnesses. Revert to old tariff before March or face a total strike, NLC tells government and telecom operators. That's also on the Guardian. Business, homes, court losses or count losses as national grid collapses again. We talked about that earlier on top trending issues. 124 journalists killed in 2024. Israel mostly responsible, says CPJ. That's on the foreign scene. Tinubu meets Google, wants Nigeria to drive Africa's AI evolution. That's a good one. I'm hoping that that conference for the youths that they talked about will happen soon. I did say when that idea came up that this conference may not happen for a very long time. It will only happen when it is going to be an advantage to the ruling party and help in making them win the election and all that. Well, but our time has run out, and we've seen other things, rumbling in PDP and so many other things. But you need to grab this page, these newspapers, or go online and read the news. You need to be informed well about what is happening in your country. That way you can argue well, you can contribute better to the development of our country. Let's take a breather. When we return, we'll go to our first hot topic. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
We now go back to a hot topic that we're discussing this morning. We did say that the House of Representatives has moved President Bola Tinubu's contentious tax bill closer to becoming law, passing them through their second reading. These bills, introduced 6 months ago, have sparked significant debate across political and public spheres due to their potential impact on businesses and the economy. Lawmakers engaged in intense deliberation before advancing the bills, which are part of Tinubu's broader economic reforms aimed at increasing government's revenue. Proponents argue that the measures will address fiscal challenges, while critics warn that they could burden struggling Nigerians and businesses. With a second reading cleared, the bills will now proceed to the committee stage for further scrutiny. Observers are watching closely to see how these proposals will evolve and whether lawmakers will address concerns raised during the debates. Our guest this morning is Gabriel Folusho Fashoto, past president of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITA. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, viewers. Pleased to be here.
Okay, let's walk us through the provisions of these bills as they were originally presented to the National Assembly before we go to the bones of contention, as it were, within the bill that are being deliberated upon right now.
Well, we have 4 tax reform bills presented to the National Assembly by the President. The very first one is called Nigerian Tax Bill, which is to be enacted into act. And it is the most voluminous of the 4 bills because it consolidates all the existing taxation laws in the country and thereby repealed 11 tax laws and about 20-something other laws. It repealed part of them. The second one is the Nigerian Tax Administration Bill. That one consolidates all the administrative procedures in all those various tax laws currently in the country. So rather than having administration embedded in each tax law, it has codified all the tax administration. And it is easier for anybody to go through it and know how to go about implementing each of the tax laws. The third one is the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill, which seeks to repeal the existing FIRS, that's Federal Inland Revenue Service Act. It's transforming the Federal Inland Revenue Service from being called a federal agency, but rather to be called Nigerian Revenue Agency, meaning that it's responsible for the federation and not only the federal government. The last one is the Joint Revenue Establishment Bill, Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Establishment Bill. This one now gives teeth to the existing Joint Tax Board. Existing Joint Tax Board allows for the chairman of each state internal revenue services as well as the Federal Inland Revenue to meet, but currently they play only advisory role. But with this bill being passed into act, then it's going to give it a teeth, whereby it has specific legal responsibility to discharge, thereby harmonizing the tax situation in the whole country. That's the overview of the 4 bills.
Okay, when you got to know the provisions of these bills, what was your initial reaction in terms of advantages of these bills, and then we go to the disadvantages or your misgivings or your reservations about these bills when you first saw them. So let's start with what you think these bills could mean for our economy positively.
When I got the wind of these 4 bills, I think I shouted for joy. Why? It depicts what the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria had been clamoring for from ages. Why? We are having so many tax laws in the country dating back to 1930s and so on and so forth. And some provisions are just not operative. There are so many things to be done to our tax laws, but successive governments didn't pay much attention to them. So I was really happy when they introduced these tax bills into the National Assembly. Now, the pluses for these bills include making life to be easier for the low-level income earners in the country. You know, these low-level income earners in the country, they have been groaning over burden of taxation because they are the vulnerable group. Whenever they file their tax returns, that's the time the tax officials will be running after them, maybe for less than 5,000 naira tax. But now, with this codification of the tax laws in the country, the high echelon of the economy is being targeted to bring in more revenue to the government coffers, rather than where we are having split of income at low level coming into the national cover. Now, another thing is this. These tax bills is depicting one-stop shop for taxation in the country. You know, the problems of the investors, especially the foreign investors in the country, is that they don't know the beginning and the ending of their tax obligations in the country, which is contrary to what happens in the developed world. You know, but with these 4 tax reform bills, it's easier for them before they make final decisions concerning their businesses. They should be able to know what is their tax obligation and how to go about them. Then, another plus is the interest shown by the chief executive of the country, that's the president of the country. This is the very first time we are having the president of Nigeria having passion for taxation in this country. You know, without the involvement of the chief executive, either of the nation or of a state, there is no way taxation can be properly administered. But with this, you know, Nigeria is in for a good show because, you know, the whole benefits transcend beyond passing the bills into law. It also requires the executive arm of the government putting the right infrastructure in place, being able to implement the relevant provisions of the law, and being able to compensate people who are tax compliant. So these are some of the pluses of this tax.
So did you give it a clean bill of health, or you had some reservations about the tax bills, something that you could have wished that could be done better than what was provided for in the tax bills?
Surely, no law is 100% perfect. There are certain reservations about the laws, you know, but what is there is that the pluses are more than the minuses. But at the same time, since we have the opportunity of reducing the minuses, I think we need to highlight some of them.
Are we really reducing?
The very first thing was mentioned at the House of Representatives yesterday.
Okay.
That is, you know, these bills provided for penalty for taxpayers, maybe for late payment or for tax evasion and so on and so forth. But as is the situation in other crimes, there is no provision for penalty on the part of the tax officials. Because we have seen so many areas that the tax officials have made life difficult for taxpayers. And there is still possibility of experiencing such things. So I would rather think that there should be penalty for tax officials where they go off in this tax law. Another minus is, you know, exempting the loss-making entities from paying income tax. You know, if care is not taken, an aggressive tax avoidance taxpayer can seize that opportunity and be incurring losses in his business for the whole of the time is in its existence. So there are supposed to be limitation as to when the exemption should be given to the laws-making coming. Then the biggest of the reservation is that these 4 tax bills, they premise the success on the automation of this tax system. But if you recall, we cannot say that internet has gone to all nooks and corners of the country. And where we don't have internet, automation becomes a mirage. So in addition to passing these bills into law, Nigerian government should improve the infrastructure concerning the automation of the provisions of these tax laws. Then we are having a supremacy clause, whereby it's assuming the role of the Constitution. That is, it's saying that if anything conflicts with the provisions of this tax law, in any other laws being passed by the National Assembly, the provisions of this law will take precedence. I think that the National Assembly should tweak with that provision. Otherwise, people may challenge the provisions in that particular section in the court.
No law should ever grow above the Constitution. Yes, I agree.
So we are also having the reservation I have with the current position of the governors, as which is being supported by the National Assembly, is tweaking with the revenue generation provisions in the Act. That is, one, they insist that the VAT should not be increased, especially for now. Then secondly, the education tax, should be reinstated. That state fund should be left as it is, as well as NASENI and some other institutions whose source of income is expected to be solely from the budgetary provision as from maybe 2030. Now, when we are passing or drafting tax laws, there are 2 sides we look at concurrently. The revenue generation side, as well as utilization of the tax proceed. Now, we budget based on revenue. If the governors are saying that we should not increase the VAT, then it is going to have adverse impact on those areas that the government is supposed to make expenditure from this revenue. But I believe that since this thing is still going through public hearing, I believe that we should be able to align these 2 areas successfully, so that if we refuse to increase a tax revenue, then it means that we have to cut down on certain expected expenditure. So those are some of my reservations about these tax bills.
Okay, but what do you feel about the VAT sharing formula? We've talked about the fact that they are saying it should not be raised at least at this particular time. But what about the sharing formula? The reps are all for what they...
Sharing formula?
Yeah, they say 50% equity, 20% population, and 30% derivation. What do you think about the sharing formula?
Yeah, you will agree with me that that is totally outside the jurisdiction of taxation. That is political side of taxation. The main job of tax system is to generate enough revenue for the government. Then the politicians now take it from there. How do we now share this so-called national cake? And when this thing was generating heat, I was just laughing because that shouldn't be a major issue in the taxation arena, but it should be a political consideration. And I'm happy that the governors have come to a position which I believe that the National Assembly is concurring with, that they should tweak the provisions relating to the sharing formula embedded in the current bills, which I think that one will make it a win-win situation for everybody. So I agree with the resolutions of the politicians, that is governors and National Assembly, on this issue.
Okay, so right now we're hearing of the House of Reps passing it second reading, and now it's going to the stage of committees, and we will hear what will come. We've not heard much about what is happening in the Senate concerning these, but the worry of a lot of Nigerians was, why did this generate so much heat? The North was saying that they are going to be marginalized. Some other sections of the country were saying that it did not favor them and all that. I don't know whether those were just rhetorics, those were just things that were imagined, or actually, if it was carried out the way it was presented to the National Assembly in the first place, it could have marginalized some sections of our country. Could that have happened?
Well, it's neither here nor there, because, you know, I've told you the area that generated heat happened to be in the sharing formula. That is, what will be my portion as a state from the proceeds of this tax income. That was the area that was generating heat, rather than how this revenue or this cake will be baked. Now, I have to congratulate the president of the country, because this is a bold step as the chief executive of the country to be able to bring this tax reform and to be able to place economic reform over political reform. Why? Without having enough revenue, what will a particular government be able to govern upon? If we don't have enough money in the country, then we resort to borrowing. And that is why we got to the level of borrowing our debt being more than 90% of our total revenue in the previous regime. But with this reform, I believe that those governors that were agitating for better share of the cake, probably if they are taking time to read the provisions of these 4 tax bills, line by line, they will know that it holds a lot of goodies for them. But because we are already used to easy money, maybe about only less than 10 oil companies in the upper stream of the oil sector, they generate more than 70% of our revenue in the country, and every month they go to Abuja and share it, including the federal government. So nobody cares about how to bake bigger cake. But with this current situation, I think that these bills portends better revenue generation for the country, including the states and the federal government. And I'm happy how the ruler value of the sharing formula was resolved at the governors' forum level. I believe that if they follow, this recommendation, then no state in the country will be having its interest jeopardized, and no state in the country will have its interest marginalized. But my appeal is this: as the president is taking much interest in the tax system, in the tax reform, I implore each state governor to also show similar passion for improving their tax system, because federal governments can only do what they're supposed to do. That is, they are expected to impose certain tax laws, especially those in the exclusive legislative list. But the collection thereof, rests with each state of the federation. So if they have a good, good provisions of the law to impose tax, but there is no willpower at the state level to collect the revenue as stated in this tax bills, then at the end of the day, we may not be able to take advantage of the good provisions of these tax laws.
As we wrap up,
I implore them to take interest.
Okay, as we wrap up, sir, I'd like to go back to a point you made about the internet. That's one of the reservations you had about some of these provisions in these tax laws. The internet is not everywhere in Nigeria, but we need these reforms at this point, and I don't know when next we'll have the opportunity to make this